I'm very excited. We have a very important announcement to make. Sigma is heading to Africa. That's right, a fourth summit that will complement Sigma Europe, Sigma Asia, as well as Sigma Latam.
We have a strong workforce in Malta, Kiev, São Paulo, and in Manila. So it's time for Sigma to expand beyond our comfort zone.
Sigma Afrique se déroulera en 2022, regroupant sous un même toit toute l'industrie émergente du iGaming et des nouvelles technologies.
We were then faced with the question where. We understood that gaming in Africa is dominated by 3 regions, East, West and South.
Nous avons décidé non pas d'organiser le salon à un seul et unique endroit, mais dans 3 majeurs pays et piliers du iGaming en Afrique.
En effet, Sigma alternera chaque année, en commençant par la vibrante capitale Cape Town, en Afrique du Sud pour l'inauguration.
The following year, Sigma Africa is flying west to Ghana and in 2024, east to Kenya.
We're looking forward to working with you in Africa. We're 2 years away from our inaugural summit in Africa, so time is on our side.
Si vous avez de l'expérience, les connaissances et le réseau, n'hésitez pas à nous contacter.
Here at Sigma, we firmly believe that our 4 summits, Sigma Europe, Latam, Asia, and now also Africa, will pave the way for the gaming community to learn from and do even much more business with each other.
Rejoignez Sigma, le festival mondial du iGaming.
We have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch Sigma Latam. That's right, a 3rd summit in Latin America that will complement Sigma in Europe and Sigma in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que Sigma aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias con las nuevas oficinas en las Américas.
As cidades cotadas foram Buenos Aires e São Paulo. Acabamos escolhendo a segunda por 2 razões.
Reason number 1, there's always a great presence of media and events in offices in Buenos Aires, and we don't want to replicate more or of the same or compete with our friends.
Segunda, o grande potencial de mercado e a atual possibilidades de regulamentação de jogos no Brasil nos darão mais motivos para decidir estabelecer nosso escritório lá.
Brazilian Federal Deputy Pompeo de Matos, for instance, believes casinos will be a vaccine for coronavirus, stating that taxing gaming money could jumpstart the country's economy in the wake of COVID-19.
Ele machuca a economia. E eu diria assim, para nós até ajudar a levantar a economia depois que passar a pandemia, uma das alternativas é, inclusive, legalizar os jogos. É uma alternativa perfeitamente possível, viável, eu diria assim, até necessária.
Assuntos como este, dentre outros, farão parte dos nossos debates em setembro.
Moving forward, we hope that our 3 pillar shows, Sigma in Malta, Sigma in Manila, and eventually Sigma in Sao Paulo, will pave the way for iGaming communities to learn from, as well as do business with each other. I look forward to contribute to this and make iGaming truly a global phenomenon.
We're ready to go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to AIBC Europe. Throughout 2020, AIBC has delivered digital conferences and online video content, but today's digital conference will also bring you a digital expo where you can explore virtual stands and also the career fair. Now this conference also stands out as across the cryptocurrency board we're seeing yearly highs, and as of today, Bitcoin is around $19,200 per Bitcoin. So if you are watching today from around the world, comment below if you think we're going to surpass 20,000. Well, during today's conference, we'll cover the future outlook of the digital economies, fintech and AI, and some of the latest cybersecurity trends. We're so disappointed that we couldn't be with you all in person, as November is a huge month for Sigma, but throughout the next 4 hours, you're going to see some VIP and also some very familiar faces. So welcome to AIBC Europe. Where we're starting off right in the hub of the blockchain island, which is Malta, and we're going to start with a keynote specifically from Honourable Caton Bartolo, Junior Minister for the Financial Services and Digital Economy. He's going to be delivering a very exclusive message on the future outlook of Malta and also Europe. So let's take a look what he has to say.
Opening keynote by the Honourable Clayton Bartolo.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Maltese government, it is a privilege addressing such a prestigious event. What was once known as a barren rock in the middle of the Mediterranean, today is not only one of Europe's best performers in economic growth, but is now climbing up the ladder to become a digital bastion on the international stage. For we have the power to reap the full benefit and opportunity in a world that is getting more digital every day. For this is the reason that we are building a digital Malta. These challenging times have been a textbook example of Malta's dynamism and commitment in fostering new digital economic niches that include blockchain and artificial intelligence. Back in 2018, the government launched the Malta AI Task Force, which was entrusted with the development of a national AI strategy, with the latter's aim being that of laying the foundation to position Malta as a center of excellence for AI, including deployments of AI-based systems and AI-specific enhancements to Malta's innovative technology regulatory framework. The strategy builds on 3 strategic pillars, which are investment, startups and innovation, public and private adoption. Underpinning these pillars, we have enablers that cut across all aspects of the national AI strategy, being education and workforce, ethical, legal, and ecosystem infrastructure. In terms of the investment, startups and innovation pillars, the strategy sets out initiatives to generate investment and position the country as a hub for AI application and niche areas of research and development, supported by a vibrant startup community. In practice, we are also currently working on 5 ambitious applied use cases of AI in the fields of tourism, water and energy management, traffic management, education, and decreasing bureaucracy. Over the years, Malta has reaffirmed itself as a reputable jurisdiction in the field of iGaming. We want to extend that even further. In fact, through legislation like the Virtual Financial Assets Act and the Innovative Technologies Arrangements and Services Act, we are providing oversight with respect to local cryptocurrency-like activities and a regulatory framework that provides peace of mind to blockchain users that systems are functioning correctly and that measures can be put in place to ensure AI systems are monitored and their behavior is sound. We are committed to making sure that AI, blockchain, and other emerging technologies are safe and ethical, while working in conjunction with our other EU counterparts to assure that such principles are upheld. Education will be a crucial tool to build up a knowledge-based generation. It is the greatest legacy we can leave to our children and youth, beyond any monetary prestige. In recent months, the government kicked off a scholarship fund for students who wish to pursue studies on AI. This scholarship fund is not limited to students from computer science and engineering backgrounds only, but will include students from different fields of study, including, but not limited to, legal and management. This goes hand in hand with our strategy of preparing the complete digital transformation of our public institutions. Digital Malta is an overarching vision whose foundations are not solely based on one particular tech sector. Through this program, we are materializing a strategy whose aims are that of diversifying our economic portfolio for the years to come. Yes, I want us to be an island that offers a world of opportunities to blockchain, iGaming, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, quantum, esports, video game development, high-performance computing, big data, and other emerging digital sectors. The future starts today. I fully believe that artificial intelligence and blockchain represent a radical departure from the status quo. Our sureness of touch, steadfastness, and the ability to bridge alliances together in these difficult times are likely to see us continue steer Malta as the go-to country in the digital world. This is why we are not resting on past achievements, but ready to go the extra mile. Being one of our emerging economic allies, we want to be your home. Most of all, Malta is open for business, and I invite you all to be a part of our project. Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you there to Honourable Clayton Bartolo and his big role that he's playing alongside AIBC throughout our journey, but also the big role he's playing in building the blockchain infrastructure here on the island. And it is true for any of you that have come to Malta and have visited the island, there are restaurants and even bars you can use and actually pay using your cryptocurrency, an advancement that a lot of European countries are hopefully soon to follow. Now, starting on with the rest of the day, our next panel will be talking about moulding the future digital economy. For those asking what the digital economy means, it can extend from automated jobs to automated employees and opportunities, and also levelling up the employee infrastructure. So let's take a look at our first panel discussion of the day.
Molding the future digital economy.
Hello and welcome back to AIBC Summit. Now, and this discussion is talking about moulding the future of the digital economy. I have a great set of guests with me here. I have Joshua joining me, Dana, and also Stephen joining me on the line. So it's great to have all of you here. And I do want to jump straight in because we've got 20 minutes in what could be a very long discussion. And I'd love to start with you, Dana, and just go around and ask each of you what really you're doing when it comes to working with the future of the digital economy and when it comes to the future of innovation as well.
Hi Jess, thank you for this question. Basically, I'm the CEO of TechMT, which is an entity founded to promote the technology sector here in Malta. It's been founded between the government and the private sector. So this is a very important mandate because you have the government pushing government policy and the private sector telling us where we should focus our efforts. And at the moment, we are focusing our efforts on growth, internal growth of the sector and attracting foreign direct investment, including creating an ecosystem which provides venture capital for technology companies, an ecosystem which is regulated in a healthy way, so we instill trust in our sector. And also we have an array of institutions which are here, which have an open door policy, and our main aim is to make things easier for anyone who would like to invest in Malta, to blend within the culture and have their investment, see that their investment be successful here on our island.
Very interesting, thank you. And we'll touch on foreign investment later on in the panel. Joshua, I'd love for you to give a brief summary of the work that you're working on as well.
Yep, so I'm the chair of the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, and really what we're doing is regulating technology, in inverted commas actually, because we're not stifling technology. What we're doing is we're providing an assurance framework where the different operators can guarantee their different consumers that they're actually implementing and that their technology does what it's supposed to do. And that's very important because when we're talking about blockchain systems, often if you release smart contracts or other code, if it has a bug, that bug could be there forever and it could lose millions of euros of losses. And we're seeing instances like that every day. And we're moving on to artificial intelligence, where around the world there's a lot of misconception that artificial intelligence will take over the world, and there's a lot of fear-mongering out there. So what we're trying to do is also remove that fear-mongering, not only from the aspect of let's deal with reality, but let's make sure that we're providing technology out there that actually does what it's supposed to do on the box. Now, we started with an onerous framework, which really requires quite some investment to undergo this audit. And we noticed that it would be ideal if startups, smaller companies also fit into this. So we've announced a sandbox where we've undergone a consultation period, and we're about to announce that sandbox publicly where smaller startups can get these levels of assurances. And we're working with other entities like TechMT to get this awareness out there.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that. So we've got Dana and Joshua, our Malta representatives, and Stephen, you're a little bit further afield. So can you tell our viewers what you're working on at the moment?
Yeah, I'm a little further afield, but I have a foot in both camps, I think. So I've started 11 companies. We've taken 3 public in the United States. And one of the first companies I did in '96 went on to become PayPal. So I understood the payment mechanisms very well. And when blockchain started, we looked at something we tried to do about 20 years ago around building a digital currency, but not a cryptocurrency. We wanted a settlement engine for B2B transactions, a way to speed up settlement between big companies, because you can't do multi-million-dollar transactions on the credit card network. And so we not only looked at blockchain, we looked around the world and have been fortunate to work with Malta for a couple years ago, and created something I called the 5 Pillars of Malta. And we picked Malta as our jurisdiction because as much as Joshua and all these guys say regulatory framework, I call it a framework of innovation. So we were super excited with what the government created around this kind of framework of innovation that allowed us to not only fit within that and have stability, but add more credibility on a global basis. So we've been extremely excited about what's going on in Malta, and then the industry, obviously, in the last 2 years has moved very quickly.
And I think it will continue to do so. I think 2020 has been an excellent example of what we have seen for acceleration of online digital conferences like we're doing here, and other elements. Joshua, you touched on something interesting there, which was actually combating this, maybe this kind of urban myth that AI is actually a threat to a lot of modern jobs. So what do you think is one of the main challenges for this molding of this digital economy, which is what we're talking about today?
Yep, so there's a number of different challenges we need to overcome. One is education, reskilling and upskilling. Most people out there do not know what AI is, and in order to embrace that technology, I think people will need to be more aware of it. And then also, as more jobs become available in AI, potentially we will be taking away some other types of jobs. And that's where we need to reskill. We need to make sure that our economy is resistant against change in directions of the sector. So besides the education aspects, we also need to make sure that we're implementing this technology throughout Malta. The only way to really immerse yourself in technology is to start using it. And this is another thing that we're trying to focus on now. Where can we digitize different emerging technology to allow for the population to get their hands dirty with the technology? And that being said, over time, we hope that the technology is actually in the background, that we stop hearing about blockchain AI. People don't care about the technology. People just want to get on with their everyday lives. And that's when technology becomes success, when we're no longer talking about the internet, we're just using the internet.
And it's very interesting, and I'll get to each of you separately in a second, but Joshua, just a final question. When it comes to what we're looking at with integration, you said Malta's a very good sandbox. Are you able to give our viewers an example of maybe some technology integration that we might have already seen, that we might not be aware of yet, but someone like you with your foot in the door might be able to educate us a little bit?
That's right. So when we think about education and how we can tailor education for different students' learning capabilities, in Malta there's a pilot project on using artificial intelligence to understand the different learning capabilities and progress of students and tailor that learning for them. Besides that, Malta, being a very small island, is a place where we can get technology out there very quickly and get results back very quickly. Now, around the world, there is a big problem in creating data sets for AI. So we end up having data sets that are very small and very biased towards a very small data set. Malta is a potentially good place to launch a data set that is representative of a whole island, or rather a large population. And then Malta could act as a test bed for testing out different AI applications. So we have both initiatives going towards getting this technology out there where we hope that it would eventually be in the background, and also where we're promoting Malta as a technology innovation hub to develop your different technology.
Great. And Dana, you mentioned there that you are working with investors and you're really kind of bridging that gap and communicating with them. How has 2020 been when it comes to liaising with investors and people that are looking to invest in this digital economy field? Have you found any challenges, any benefits along the way that might have surprised you positively?
Well, the benefit that happened this year is that businesses have been looking for alternative means of finance, because obviously banks have become more stringent and traditional access to finance is not that suitable for tech companies, especially when you see business cases related to tech companies. Most of the time, the return on investment is not in the first years. So sometimes banks are a bit wary of risking handing out capital for these companies. So we had to become creative and find alternative means of finance and get it close to these businesses. And basically we have been putting investment together with potential startups and companies. Following to what Joshua was saying, we have been, as an island, we have the Malta Virtual Financial Assets Act, which has been in place for 2 years. We have seen also the European Union concluding the Digital Services Act now, which is also a certificate of trust to what we have been doing. Investors are very attracted to Malta because thanks to this act, we can provide a safe regulatory framework so that both investment and the products that are being produced can happen in a safe ecosystem. What I can say is that there is investment available out there. There are investors who still have an appetite to invest, and we have the right talent. We attract the right amount of companies that would like to test their products here in Malta, use us as a technology hub of choice. And these investors are also attracted to Malta because of our economy, because of our performance as a country. And at the moment, as TechMT, we are seeing that the technology sector's appetite to keep innovating and keep testing ideas is still there. This is one of the sectors in Malta, one of 3, which has still experienced growth or stability in the past months. We have a very resilient sector when it comes to technology. And on the other hand, we have investors coming from all over the world, America and other continents, asking us to put them closer to these companies and obviously facilitate the connection. We are also trying to find a means of doing this also in a like either through sandboxes or through accelerators. So we're exploring a lot of other ways how to get investment closer to businesses, and I believe that is one of our strong points here. As Joshua said, we are a very agile country. We're very fast, we react very swiftly, and historically we are predominantly inclined towards trade. So we're very open to trade, and that is something that fascinates me, for example. And in technology, differently maybe to what happened to other sectors, we can still say that we're experiencing a positive performance, and that is excellent for us.
Great, thank you. And now, Stephen, I would love to turn to you, because actually you mentioned earlier that you've got 11 companies that you're kind of integrated with and working on. And for CEOs and founders, there's quite a lot of responsibility to have this agility, as our other 2 panelists have mentioned, and also to be proactive when it comes to moving forward for this digital economy and digital innovation. So I'd love to ask you how this year has been for you, if there's been any things that you've observed that maybe any of our other kind of CEOs that are watching can also take away these bits of information when it comes to really molding this future of online and also more tech advanced.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Jess. And to be clear, I don't have 11. I've started through my history 11. I can only drive one car at a time. So people always ask, oh, how do you do it? No, I have one car, Moneta Pro. We have other cars. I have other people driving. But I'm going to try and wrap a couple things in. When I talked about the 5 pillars of Malta, one of the benefits with Malta is an entity also is in this conversation. It's an English-speaking country. And not only is it agile, anybody out there that's raising money is 3 simple words. Everything you need to know about raising money is capital follows customers. Almost invariably, the first question you get asked is, who's your customer? And Malta's got some interesting premonitions around trying to partner. Like if you've got an opportunity around AI, digital commerce, bank, finance, there's some really aggressive, innovative things you could potentially do with Malta and the government, which gives you a test customer that makes it easier for investors to follow. So as you look at this new digital economy coming out, the world is flat and global. It's also not in a negative way. It's primarily English speaking or English driven. And so there's some really unique opportunities for us. COVID kind of hurt us and helped us. In one respect, it slowed down the conversations. It slowed down the opportunities to be in Malta and Dubai and interact. But with what we do at Moneta Pro, coming out of COVID, companies and countries are trying to accelerate trade. They're trying to remove that friction, and the technology we build helps remove that friction. So, finding companies and countries that you can partner with and looking in the future, that's where the opportunity was for us.
Fantastic. And now just on a kind of a proactive summary, because we are coming to the end of the discussion, I'd love just to get a 1-minute statement from each of you when it comes to this future step towards the future digital economy. One thing that maybe viewers can take away and advance as we move into 2021. Joshua, I'd love to start with you.
Yep. Let's take the challenges that COVID is bringing and turn those into opportunities. We have people ending up without jobs. We have spaces that are empty. We can utilize those to our advantage to become a digital innovation hub. And I'll just leave it there for now.
Fantastic. Short and sweet and very nicely put. Dana, what about yourself? Have you got anything to add?
What I would like to conclude about is continuing on what Stephen was saying is through our Virtual Financial Assets Act, we are also allowing the raising of capital. So this is another means of getting access to finance. This is quite a new niche that we are exploring, allowing companies to generate capital through tokenization and also trading publicly. And that is very interesting for us because we're very traditional when it comes to finance. And now we are literally showing that we're branching out towards other means that obviously facilitate trade and innovation. Because as everybody knows, innovation requires a lot of capital. And the more we facilitate the generation of capital for companies to survive, obviously our sector will be more successful.
And that's a very interesting point. And you don't necessarily have to be a technology organization to be able to go public as well.
Well, to qualify for the Virtual Financial Assets Act, you have to be trading in technology. So that is an act which governs the technology part.
Mm-hmm. And it's located in Malta as well, so if anyone wants to seek some more information, they can have a look online.
Yes, definitely, and they also can relate to Joshua and the Malta Digital Innovation Authority to get more information for that, because they are the regulators and they are responsible for this act. They also can guide everyone from the beginning till the end of the process, and literally we handhold customers and companies for their journey to be successful.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both for that. And Stephen, what about yourself?
Yeah, I'll wrap up kind of again both lanes. The VFA, the Virtual Financial Asset, to me, coming out of the US is technically what I call a direct public offering. So it's a very unique way to get accelerated liquidity, but you still needed that that framework and that solidity around for investors to feel more comfortable. So super excited about that. But my 1-minute phrase, as Joshua said, people ask me, are you a blockchain company? And I look at them and I say, are you an internet company? And they kind of laugh. And blockchain to me is not an industry, it's the enabling technology. And so you don't have to fully understand technology. You just have to look at how technology implements it. It improves processes, it displaces processes, it creates efficiency. It's not the end result. The result is, what does the technology do to make things better, faster, smarter, stronger, safer? And that's really what I want to leave with, is anybody can understand technology if they know what it does, not how it works.
Fantastic. Well, three of you, it was a fantastic discussion. Thank you all so much for your insights today. I really enjoyed it, and I'm sure our viewers have learned a lot along the way. So thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we have a great amount of viewers tuning in from across Europe and also further afield. Now, I'm going to let you in on a little secret regarding last summit. So AIBC Summit in Malta last November was one of my personal favourites. And a favourite highlight moment for me was the closing party, where we had superstar and mega UK music artist Akon, who actually gave an exclusive performance to the audience that were attending. So that leads us on to our next panel discussion. We actually have Akon himself, the US megastar, that will be joining us for a discussion, and also the rest of the Acoin team. Now, in this panel discussion, they'll be mentioning their launch during the last AIBC Summit. They'll also be announcing their Kenya pilot, which is now live, and they also went live on Bittrex Global on November earlier this month. So a huge congratulations to the Acoin team. If you are a fan of Akon, share your thoughts in the comments below. But in the meantime, look forward to the very next panel.
Africa and Acoin. The future is now.
Thank you for having us, Malta. We are so excited to be back. Sigma, favorite place in the world. And I have my companions here from Acoin, Akon, John Karas, and we are just thrilled to join your wonderful conference and share what we've been up to since we were in Malta last. So thank you for having us. And I wanted to start with our biggest announcement, which we are very happy to share with you. And John, yeah, well, I'll say it. I'm going to have John even go further, but we have officially launched our Acoin on Bittrex, which is very exciting. So please go there, join our movement, be a part of the wave. Yep. And John, if you'd like to add in a bit about this beautiful day, because I'm going to be peppering you both with a lot of questions, please do tell. This is our day.
Okay, great. Well, we're super excited to let you guys all know that we are now officially on Bittrex Global. All right. Well, I'm trying to get the details out. We're super excited to let you guys know that we're on Bittrex Global out of Liechtenstein. Top 3 exchange, been around forever, rising, doing all kinds of innovative things. They'll have announced more stuff by the time you guys see us, and we'll have been trading for probably a good solid 10, 12 days. Couldn't be more excited. All of our team, our partners, our joint ventures, everybody's excited. There'll be a whole bunch of press that comes out between today while we record and when you guys see this. So we'll talk about some of those things as Lynn leads us through.
Join us now. That's the big news. But I'm going to take it back a step, because for those of you who don't know, we have Mr. Akon on our line here. And I'd love for you to share a bit about your inspiration, because I'll just tell you, 2 years in the running, I will follow you through hell and high water, Akon. But I think there's a lot of people watching this. I love you. And a lot of people watching this want to hear what brought you to Acoin. How did this vision come about? Where do you see us moving this into the future? So please do share.
No, absolutely, man. You know, for everyone watching, this could have never happened without Lynn right there and John. You know, this was a dream that came about years ago, not 2.5 years ago. These guys took full speed, and now look where we are. You know, We're, clearly now in the top 3 exchanges with Bittrex. We're actually live. Africa's future and all the development countries now know that there's a coin out there that can actually facilitate a day-to-day utilization for them, to enhance the unbanked, the unconnected. So this is huge. I mean, this is the beginning of a real, you can say, balanced world. And the whole idea for us is to allow people that have less resources to be able to utilize everything that's on this platform to help gain more resources. And, just give back in any way that we can and utilize all the entrepreneurs with all the tools that they need to build a successful future, successful business, and, to be able to pass that down. And I think, Acoin is going to be the beginning of that. So we're super, super excited.
Here, and onward and upward. And this just brings me to something that I'm just giddy about, because I couldn't have imagined being at this place again 2 years ago. So Acoin has launched, Get on Bittrex, and we are also launching for our first city deployment. And this is in Mwale Medical and Technology Center. And I'm the COO, co-founder of Acoin. John, president, co-founder, Akon, chairman, and grand poobah of everything. But this moment, you launch a token and we have all of these utility cases that we're going to talk about. But our first city deployment is really huge. And by the time you are all watching this, we will be live in our first city. So Akon, if you could share a bit, your feelings around Mwale Medical and Technology Center. John, I'd love you to share afterwards a bit about how you see it happening on the ground level. Go, because this is a big thing.
Right. So, Mwale Medical Center is one of the first believers of the Acoin as to what we were doing. We sat with the whole team, with Julius Mwale and his team, and he was explaining to me exactly what they were doing in Kenya. And, Kenya is one of the first you can say launchers of what you can call the M-Pesa, which is very similar to as what we're doing in this world now with all these mobile transactions, but they had perfected it first in Kenya, and Kenya has been leading when it comes to that. So we felt that Kenya, it being that, we want to follow in those, steps as we move forward with Acoin, because they've kind of already had, the movement going to an extent, and there was no reason to reinvent the wheel, but it was also the perfect place to test what we were trying to do as a beta testing center as well. So, we partnered with Mwale to be able to utilize the Acoin as a way of, facilitating their whole payroll. So everyone that works there is getting paid by Acoin, so that's, it's so much more to it. I'm just happy to be that Acoin was chosen and was believed in enough to be able to, facilitate a responsibility this large. But John, if you give them the specifics, because you're like the guru of this whole thing right there.
Yes, and towards the end, Lynn, let's also talk about how this intersects with gaming and entertainment. But as pertains to Mwale and Akon, when you talk about M-Pesa and just digital transactions, when we built this by building out a internal conversion mechanism, the atomic swap, where users can take their prepaid cell minutes and convert those easily and frictionlessly into fiat currencies like dollar, euro, pound, RMB, local currencies like the Kenyan shilling or SIFA in West Africa or Rand in South Africa, et cetera. And then from there into cryptocurrencies like particularly Tether and Bitcoin and some of the ones that the dApps on our platforms will do. We help to provide a lot more ways for people to do more with those prepaid cell minutes or those digital transactions. And so our goal was to do a more advanced version of something that was already in broad adoption. And Julius recognized that and saw the possibilities. So everything from putting in opportunity hubs where people will not only get access to free education on blockchain and artificial intelligence, but get a whole bunch of micro tasks and get experiences so they can become tech employees and maybe someday tech entrepreneurs, or whether it's, again, connecting the unconnected with mesh Wi-Fi networks to bring people in rural areas all kinds of tools and services that they don't have. The combination of the financial tool and our joint ventures allows us, again, to put something in people's hands, whether they've got a flip phone or a smartphone that they've never had before. and that helps them connect to the outside world in unique ways. And that'll get me to ask Lynn a question about something she's super passionate about, which is our partnership with banks and the new ACoin card that will be out at the end of the year.
Did you read my mind? Did you?
Yes, I did, because that's what we do all day long. So go for it.
I love it, because we're in such lockstep. Yeah, what's really cool is that being the first city and as the operator of these experiences, we had to look at everything, and we have worked with the amazing team on the ground in Mwale and Kenya to make sure we're covering every merchant that wants to receive ACoin. As Akon said, every person that wants to be paid in ACoin. And that's just in the city. We need to make sure that they can get out into the global economy. That's important too. So we formed a partnership with banks, who has created a prepaid card for us that is a credit card enabled, so that anywhere that you can use your credit card online, also in Mwale, but also online to connect with the global economy, that's essential, right? So therefore, the entire 100% circle of what you need to do with ACoin as the central currency of a city is in place. So this is what is being piloted now in Mwale, and as you're watching this video, will be live in Mwale. And if Akon, you might, I like to call this follow the yellow brick road, because this is follow the yellow brick road into Akon City. I mean, we're just doing our little part to bring you a successful city deployment so we can launch ACoin in Akon City. So if you could speak a bit about Akon City, everybody loves to hear about this because it's amazing, it's futuristic, but this is our proving ground for that. So if you could speak a bit about Akon City and all things, where it's going, where it's at.
100%. You know, there's no better way to utilize a utilizational coin than in an actual city. And we wanted to make sure that, you know, when we speak about utilization, it's literally, it's for your day-to-day, everyday use. This city is the first crypto city that, you know, we will be utilizing this in the world. We want to be able to scale Akon City out to the rest of the continent, pretty much put an Akon City in every country, and then scale that out eventually, you know. So the whole idea is to really create a very futuristic Africa, utilize every resource that Africa has and implement it within that city, all the way down from the construction to the communication, to the financing, and you name it, all the way across the board. And we wanted to do it in a way to where the locals are the ones that will control, manage, and govern it, you know. And we wanted to really just give Africans that that sense of understanding what we really have as a people, but also utilizing a very safe environment for foreigners to be able to come, you know, invest. Huge tourism market that we want to be able to attract with this city as well, but then offer everyone, including African Americans who's, you know, are very afraid of Africa because of the history of it, the stories that's been told, and let them know that they can also be able to come back home, understand their, you know, their culture, learn their history, get to better understand themselves as people, you know, that correlates to their behaviors and everything like that. So, you know, I think the Akon City is going to open doors for communication that brings races together, you know, like everything that we misunderstood about each other, this will allow us to understand more about, and also become a place where we can all gather, have real conversations, enjoy each other's families. I really want this to be a place that's a neutral zone where we really can have governments come into Akon City that normally wouldn't sit in one place and become that neutral zone to really work things out. So it's a huge dream just to become that nucleus or that mecca per se of unity, you know, and give everyone that optimism of knowing that you can go there with your family and come back a new person. So it's big, and we're super, super excited. Yeah.
My kids are already asking when they'll be there, so we got to get it happening because they're ready to travel and ready to experience. I've been talking about it for so long, and it's just a dream come true again to have Mwale as the testing ground and figure out all of the nooks and crannies to lead into, again, a crypto-enabled, blockchain AI, futuristic Bay City, and the dream that you have. Like I say, follow the yellow brick road because we're following you there, and everybody
skip
on this.
On over, baby, skip on over.
Yep, and everybody on this session is definitely waiting to come. So I want to step back a bit and just speak about the Acoin platform. For those of you who don't know, John, I think you could do a really great job just talking about, Akon said to us again 2 years ago what his vision of Acoin was, and we set about creating the business model around it. And I think it's important for people to hear that. So John, if you could share that with the viewers,
Sure.
that would be wonderful. And some of the use cases that we have coming on board.
Yep. So the one thing that I just want to start with is that our purpose with Acoin and with building out this whole ecosystem is it's something that supports and adds on to their daily life financially and experientially. So our mission is not to be different from what governments are doing with their traditional fiat currencies, but to be an overlay that helps folks to, again, have all kinds of tools to help them, as Lynn quotes, learn, earn, spend, and save. So as we think about that, we're talking about tools that help people have a much broader set of pathways to prosperity, to the future, to the global economy. And some of those key ones are the Acoin Effect opportunity hubs that bring access points to blockchain and AI education and micro tasks, and thus employment and entrepreneurial activity. Working with the GIV network to bring digitized healthcare, which we're starting out with in Senegal, and then expanding out from there. Empowering a whole bunch of community health workers, tens of thousands of them, to help an entire country manage their healthcare system and their population and bring people care that they've never received before. To connect the unconnected in our partnership with World Mobile, bringing mesh networks to rural areas so that everyone can have access to Wi-Fi over time and not even that long of a time. Helping to mint social money with a company called Roll. Addressing the unaddressed, because how are they going to get those packages from e-commerce if you can't find them? Working closely with a company called UNL and the Singapore government. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. As we talk to the folks at Sigma here watching this, we're looking for many more gaming opportunities. There are payment solutions for lotteries locally. There are multi-winner brand-driven sweepstakes with a company called Win Together. But there are all kinds of opportunities in the world of gaming and entertainment. So everybody there at Sigma, come find us.
Right.
You all heard me. If anyone who was there in Malta, which I just want to say was one of our most successful journeys as a team, we came away from Malta with so many connections. And in fact, John, as you mentioned,
Yes,
our
I know where you're going.
our Acoin net venture came right out of Malta. And it really reminds you, the idea of bringing internet connection to remote areas in Africa, which is what Acoin Net is all about. That's huge. And I think Akon, it just brings me back when we first met and I fully understood what you did with Akon Lighting Africa. The stories we've heard in terms of it bringing internet to remote regions that didn't have access. Those are the stories we're going to bring to life. It's what you brought to life with bringing solar power, Akon Lighting Africa to life. We're going to do that with Acoin Net. So by the time you're all seeing this video, you're going to hear a lot of stories about this too, and really excited because the minute you have internet connection, the same way the minute you have lighting, what can you do with that? You're connected to the world. You can grow a business. You can work whenever you need to. So that's a big piece of our pie, and we're excited to bring that to life and share with you further. So I want to wrap with this, and thank you all for having us here today. But Akon, just to share a bit, because I think, especially when I look at Malta and a lot of people that are going to be watching this, they're entrepreneurs, they're the youth, and it's constantly in our brains, how do we empower those people to move into the future and, create the destinies that they want. And just, you're always one for the biggest inspiration out there. For any entrepreneurs watching, thinking about your life and how you came to where you're at, what would you say to people? How do they get involved in Acoin? And how do they, move forward as entrepreneurs to create their own destinies, such as you have? I think a lot of people watching this would love to hear that.
Right, absolutely. I think the first step is knowing what you want to do. and believing it. You know, I think oftentimes people pick those jobs that actually make a lot of money, or they pick those ventures that they feel that's going to make them superly, you know, powerful or, you know, famous. Or I think the intent of what you're doing makes a lot of sense, and it has to be something that you live by. You know, ultimately my goal was always to, you know, so that God can smile upon me. Like, mine is spiritual more than anything, because I feel like, you know, he doesn't give people, you know, this much power, this much recognition. You know, he doesn't give people this much influence if he's not utilizing you as a specific tool to do for the masses. And when you get to the point where success hits you, you have to know that responsibility comes with you. It's not something that you choose to do. You know, you're obligated to. This is your purpose, because you don't, it's just, there's 7 billion people on this earth. You know, it's probably 1 million of them that actually have real influence, that influence millions of others. So we're chosen, and we have to understand that when you are chosen, there's a responsibility that comes with it. So we can't be careless with who we are, and we can't just take the stand that, oh, I'm not a role model. No, you are. You know what I mean? So no matter what you do, people, kids, and they're going to look up to you. So I think as you're moving forward within your you know, your endeavors, understand the responsibility that come with it. Don't just do it for the fact of wanting to be successful, because being a millionaire or, you know, being highly favored may not be success for someone else. Everyone has their own meaning of what success is to them. You know, my thing is I want to be able to know that when this day is over, I can look at myself and feel good about it, and know that whatever role I had to play, I played it well enough for people to be, you know, impacted. And to me, that's success. You know what I mean? So ultimately, I think, you know, the advice is just believe in what it is you really want to do, understand what your role is, and more than anything, be prepared for the responsibility that comes with it.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. And I say to anyone watching, listen, hear that, like, find your passion, move forward, do it with knowing others are behind you, you know,
Right.
wanting to follow your way. And so do it the right way and lead people to the future. We all have that responsibility. And I am honored to be on the shoulders. Is that the sense of you? I feel constantly inspired and amazed to be a part of you and John and our team. And thank you, AIBC and Malta, for sharing this day with us.
And
We'll be
stand on the
back.
shoulder of giants like Iman Poulos, who
Yes.
will take you to acoin.io. So
Yes.
go find Iman. He'll give you a big
Yes.
hug from us.
Join us, acoin.io. We're going to be back in Malta physically as soon as we possibly can.
Yes, we will.
So Akon teed me up to this is one of his favorite places. And now I've
yeah,
talked to
man, I
anybody who
love
will
that.
listen that I am going to get a place in Malta. No joke. So you'll be seeing us there, period, as an entire team. And thank you all for joining, and looking forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thanks, guys.
You got it.
Well, a huge thank you there to John Lynn and of course Akon himself. It's fantastic to see the work that Akon is doing across the continent of Africa. Thank you so much for joining us on the AIBC Europe stage to share your vision. Now, if we look at 2020 in general across the decentralized cryptocurrency and blockchain space, there's been a few standout moments and standout points, and one of those has been the pursuing world of DeFi. DeFi has been a huge buzzword throughout 2020, a huge opportunity for those that chose to invest in specific tokens with some huge upward price potential. And that leads us on to our next panel discussion. We'll be taking a look at the different points of view on the decentralized finance regulation and also Malta's and Europe's approach to DeFi. Let's take a look.
Risks of decentralized finance regulations.
Hey everyone, this is Gordon Einstein. I'm very happy today to moderate a fantastic panel as part of the AIBC Europe conference, my favorite conference, dare I say, run by the best people on the planet. And our topic today is risks of decentralized finance regulations. Before we get into that, I think we're going to allow our guests, our panelists, to briefly introduce themselves. We got a stellar crew here. Of course, they're spread mostly all over the world. I can't actually completely say that, but North America and Europe, let's say. So I am going to start clockwise based on what I can see on the screen. Kenneth, be so kind as to introduce yourself, and we'll just take it from there.
Well, thank you, Gordon. I'm Kenneth Farouj. I'm delighted to be here at this conference and to share views and thoughts with you on this particular interesting topic. My background, I'm a banker by profession. I've been working with Bank of Valletta for 35 years, sit on the executive committee of the group, and I'm responsible for the business of the bank.
Very interesting. And Mark, please.
Mark Müller-Eberstein, close to Seattle, just north of Microsoft, a recovering Microsoft after 10 years, running a consulting business, being part of the angel investor community here that Bill Gates' father founded, like the Angel of Alliance, a traditional angel investment in the blockchain space since 2014. I'm a member of the Governors, IoT and Advisory Council, and we work a lot with policy and trying on one side and helping entrepreneurs and startups on the other side with finances and connections.
So you're not the Microsoft guy that just got away with $10 million worth of Bitcoin and had those legal issues, right? That's someone else?
No, I wish. Nothing about the 10 million, but definitely no legal issues, and I definitely want to make sure that stays that way. So we're super up and clean and clear with anything we do.
Just checking. I guess, if you were the guy who took it, I'd say you need to buy dinner next time I'm allowed outside the house.
Well, I'll buy you coffee anyway. How's that? It has nothing to do with that.
Sure, I accept. Kyle, please.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle Sherry. I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm here representing CSB Group, a regulated advisor and compliance advisor therein. I've been advising in the financial services blockchain technology space since early 2017, and I can't wait to discuss today's topics with a very talented panel and moderator, of course.
Oh, thank you. Just real quick, Gordon Einstein, I think I mentioned, I'm an attorney. I practice solely cryptocurrency and blockchain law. I'm located in Los Angeles, California, apparently permanently. Prior to then, well, actually I have an international practice, but hopefully we'll get back to the days where I actually go see my clients in person as opposed to over Zoom. So let's dive right in. Obviously, the finance and financial markets are very regulated for very good reason. I think a lot of this sprung out of the Great Depression and widespread belief, which has a pretty firm basis, that it was the crash of the financial markets that led to the Depression and led to World War II. And since then, in the US, Europe, every jurisdiction that's developed a sophisticated economy, they've been active in regulating this area, especially in terms of protecting sort of the widow and orphan small investor. Decentralized finance is fascinating because it maybe is a way of democratizing away from that control or the overreach of that control, but it's like Prometheus's fire. It can light the room or it can burn your fingers. It's an interesting question about how to handle this. So I think we'll kind of do a rotation geographically. I think I'll approach it that way. Let me throw this to Kenneth and to Kyle first. What's your take on this field in general, and what is Malta doing with DeFi, specifically along the regulation track?
Okay, let me kick off.
Start talking.
Let's go in clockwise manner, as you started initially with the roundup. No, intrinsically, you're right, and you made a very valid point insofar that the industry has gone from a deregulated environment to a re-regulated environment. Undoubtedly, the financial crisis brought about with it a significant number of considerations by regulators to strongly regulate operators and license holders. And clearly the entry, in particularly from a Malta perspective, the entry of blockchain into the space and our trust, we were one of the countries that really led the development of a regulatory and legal framework to regulate virtual financial assets and technology providers at the same time, put the framework together. I think, however, insofar as the bankability of this business, and particularly from a regulatory perspective, given the concerns around virtual financial assets, that somehow got intertwined with blockchain technology per se, I think that clouded the issues. And in fact, we saw that many banks were really reluctant to bank blockchain operators and particularly, operators of virtual financial assets. And the reason behind it, if you look at what happened in Europe in these last 10 years, regulators were heavily fining banks, running into, billions of euros of fines for weaknesses in their AML processes and procedures. So when operators in the blockchain space came with this new technology with virtual financial assets, the banks were barely coping with managing traditional currencies, particularly from an AML control point of view. So you come with, a virtual financial assets, and the banks were saying, I'm getting my house in order to ensure that I have the right regulations, the right oversight for transactions in traditional currencies. There isn't pan-European, from a European perspective, regulating such
assets. So the banks were really unwilling to service this sector. Undoubtedly, okay.
Sorry, let me break in. Let me ask you a question, because Banco Valletta is well known, and I've had the pleasure of meeting with several people there. To what extent does the banking system touch not necessarily blockchain finance, but decentralized finance? Is it two different lanes, or are they crossing over somehow?
No, I think they do cross over to a degree. And I think the banks were not making any distinction whatsoever between the two. Intrinsically, I think the banks really put a halt to banking operators in this particular space. And this was not only happening in Malta. I met a number of international operators that came to Malta to understand the legal framework here and the opportunities that they could leverage through the framework. But undoubtedly, I think common theme to all these operators was the inability for them to bank the business, right? They were really struggling to bank the business. And I think the absence of a pan-European drive by blockchain operators, by even operators of virtual financial assets, in making representations at European Commission level, with bankers associations in particular, that outreach program was really missing, right, to demystify perceptions as well, because most of the views of compliance officers and risk officers was to a degree, driven by perceptions rather than reality and fact.
Interesting. Kyle, give us your Malta lawyer perspective.
Yeah, so to build upon basically what Kenneth is saying, I think from a Malta point of view, we initially were main drivers in the blockchain space. And I think that clouded many people's judgment, thinking that DeFi is just blockchain-based type of finance, so to speak. And I think now in Malta, we're seeing a regulatory approach where we're embracing DeFi in a more general sense. So we're taking more traditional concepts of financial services. We're tackling the real issues and the real innovation behind DeFi at the end of the day, and trying to, so to speak, widen the scope of our legal, so to speak, view on these issues. So the Malta Financial Services Authority is pretty proactive in this respect. It issues guidance papers on security tokens, for example. It issues new initiatives such as sandbox regimes as well. So we're seeing a little bit of a drive towards expanding the concept beyond blockchain. However, obviously, law is technology neutral, but it is not necessarily technology friendly. So sometimes you find bottlenecks, legal bottlenecks, to make things happen. So I think
let me interrupt you 1 second. That was a very interesting distinction you just made, and I want to kind of capture it. It's technology neutral, but not necessarily technology friendly. That's highly quotable. Can you dig that one a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So technology neutral, effectively, every law is drafted in a manner which specifically, or rather most laws are drafted in a manner which specifically do not make a distinction between technology A or technology B. However, in practice, when a new technology comes about, let's say decentralized technology in general terms, we find certain problems of applying that technology to a traditional concept. Again, I will use the concept of security tokens. So we have an entire framework regulating securities, transferable securities, from issuance to trading. However, if you had to integrate decentralized technology in the form of a security token, you'll find that the laws which we have create a bottleneck and an impossibility to really operate. So
an impossibility.
An impossibility to operate. So I'm referring to the EU aspect of it all. So from an issuance point of view, for example, then it's fine. Then we can issue security tokens based on our prospectus directive. However, when it comes to trading, you need a central securities depository. Now, how will a central securities depository go hand in hand with a decentralized type of technology? It's a little bit of an oxymoron, and it's a legal bottleneck, effectively. So I think we're getting there, but we're still far off.
And I know Malta, I've had the pleasure of being there several times. I know it was making a big regulatory push in 2017 and 2018. I think my impression is there were some issues, involving going back and forth with the EU and having the virtual agents sort of getting all on board in 2019. And then, of course, COVID hit. But I'm under the impression that the big regulatory push took place before the explosion of DeFi specifically. Is that correct? And if so, has there been recent legislation updating specifically for decentralized finance?
Okay. Well, a regulatory push focused on blockchain technology. I wouldn't say it happened before the explosion of DeFi as a concept, but more it focused on blockchain technology. Now, recently, we haven't seen legislative updates. We've seen the Malta Financial Services Authority issue guidance papers, issue, so to speak, concepts such as sandboxes. And I think that is a stepping stone towards things which are yet to come. So we're getting there, so to speak. We're slowly getting there from a virtual financial asset perspective as well. So the entire framework is slowly coming to fruition, and operators are slowly moving towards being licensed and towards fully fledged operations in Malta. And at the same time, I think the authority is laying the foundation for DeFi more than blockchain. So maybe to clarify as well, I think that is what is happening.
Interesting. So I want to bring Mark into the conversation. Mark, you have a fascinating background. I mean, Microsoft, Angel. I think I checked first time. I think talking in depth. I looked at you at LinkedIn. You've been around the block. Can you bring us your perspective on the DeFi market in general, and specifically the interface? You can bring, I guess, an American angle or even a German American angle to the interface between the regulatory structures and this new field.
Absolutely happy to do this. And yes, my heart, as I've been visiting Malta many times, so it's good to be kind of back as we can during these days. Looking at it from a global perspective, regulatory clarity is extremely important to helping innovation. So let's start. The traditional finance system works great for about 20% of the global population. 80% do not have access to finance, to insurance, to even a checking account or a savings account today. And the potential that DeFi brings to bringing huge exponential growth of productivity improvements for huge parts of the human population, I think, is tremendous. We have worked with MakerDAO for many, many years when we start to see what was called DeFi today, we see that potential for a long, long time. And of course, the explosion in what happened in DeFi over the last 12 months definitely showed what's possible on an innovation side. Having said that, even the traditional financial side, we all know there's a lot of things going on in the traditional banking system that is not passing muster. There's a lot of things happening with fiat money that is not clear and clean. And I think, Gordon, when you started, for all of us as investors, but even as entrepreneurs, what we want to make sure is we want to be compliant. We want to be regulatory. We want to be compliant with the regulations and best practices. So for us innovators and for our innovators, it's important to have clarity, that clear guidance to follow, how to make sure that technology innovation, the customer value can be generated in a way that is compliant and clean. I applaud countries like Malta, I applaud countries like Singapore that are providing that guidance to customers. It is detrimental for the innovation climate in an area if that clarity is missing. Or, Gordon, I'm sorry to pick on the lawyers here, if a huge amount of the limited startup budget has to go to lawyers to figuring out how maybe to be compliant, while on the other side, the competitive innovators just fill out a couple of papers, making sure they follow steps 1 to 10, and they can move ahead with their innovation.
Hey, since you threw that at me, I'll pick it up. I actually stopped practicing law for a solid 15 years, and about 5 years ago went back into law because of Bitcoin and blockchain, and chose that to be my sole practice area. And my goal in life is to work myself out of a job. In other words, I want to port law. I want to make contracts actually smart and actually make them contracts. Because you want to talk about oxymorons, I'm not sure they're either right now.
That's why you and I get along so well.
Beautiful. I love it. You want me out of a job also. Thanks. I'll tell my wife. So, Mark, let me stay with you for a minute. So it's interesting you mentioned MakerDAO, and I think we're all aware of what's going on with SushiSwap and Uniswap and what sometimes looks like an exit scam, but sometimes isn't. I question, not like in a hostile way, but in a intellectual way, whether or not DeFi is even physically subject to regulation, because if it's truly decentralized, and it's atomic and it's peer-to-peer, and whoever created it has now taken a step back, and you can kind of see this with SushiSwap and some others. If they've taken a step back and said, look, yes, I let the cat out of the bag, but now the cat is roaming free, who's getting regulated and how, and what are the touch points? So Mark, let me stay on you for that one, and then we'll kind of reopen it.
Yes, we are in interesting times where what's legal and what's right might not necessarily be a completely overlap. As you said, I think in a decentralized world, it is, where do you start to do regulation? I think Kenneth mentioned it, it's probably on the on-ramp and the off-ramp side that's regulated. People physically need to be somewhere, so the operation of whatever happens falls probably under some regulation. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not even playing one on TV. But I think those are the points of where regulation can come in. And as you said, it's unfortunate that in the blockchain space, we have not only seen, we see a lot of well-meaning entrepreneurs that are not capable of building something. So as an investor, it's really important to figure out the right teams. In the blockchain space, we have seen it in 2018, 17, 18. We're seeing it now with DeFi. There's just too many elements that are going out for fast money. And if it's not mentioning sushi, pickle, pizza, whatever, hot dogs specifically, but it just has been, I think, very clear that elements that should be not trusted with money in general have been given access to funds, and that's just not the right thing, I think.
Got it. Now I got a little voice in my ear telling me we're on the final minutes. This has flown by. Let me throw this back to the Malta group. I'll reframe the question I threw at Mark, which is, given true decentralization and the idea that maybe something gets launched but then it's free or goes underneath a DAO, which of course should be centralized also, can this be regulated? Like, what do you do, and what is Malta doing? So answer that question in 30 seconds. No,
look, I think from taking the investor end, right into perspective, clearly there must be some form of regulation on operators, right? You cannot really leave it in the hands of operators to do what they feel or give an interpretation to laws and regulations without having a supervisory oversight arrangement in place, right? And I think the challenge for regulators is really understanding how this technology is deployed. And I give a very practical example, the entry of robo-advisory in asset management. So, if you look at regulations like MiFID II, it really spells out how you can give advice to customers, what are the requirements, suitability assessments and whatnot, right? Now enter robo-advisory, right? With AI within that, right? Which automatically manages portfolios. They can't understand that, right? Because they're not technology experts, right? And this is where even the regulators need to upskill their capabilities insofar as understanding technology and getting the right people behind it. And I think this is what Malta cannily did in this space, where it set up a dedicated...
Let me talk to you, because I'm on my 30-second countdown. Okay. I've got the little voice in my ear. Kyle, you're going to get the last word other than my last word. Go.
Okay, so I think, as well, echoing what Kenneth is saying, ultimately, this idea of having someone not responsible in a pure, real, decentralized world, I don't think it can work in the real world. So we need to make a distinction between what we advocate in favor of from a decentralized point of view, as opposed to what can really happen. So somebody has always to be in a position to take the blame. Now, I think what Malta has done, and what I think Malta will do as well, is that in a very intelligent way, embrace technology, embrace decentralization. However, do keep people accountable. It is critical that legally investors, consumers, have a point of recourse, and a point of recourse which is realistic and attainable and also affordable. So ultimately, I think we need to depart from certain traditional concepts in order to really bring DeFi to the widower, as you rightly mentioned at the start of the panel discussion. However, ultimately, if it becomes too complex, we're losing the plot and we're losing the whole concept as to why this started in the first place. So I think ultimately, going forward, true full decentralization is not possible. However, embracing decentralization within our known systems, which have a lot of good as well, is something which will happen ultimately.
Fair enough. I think we're going to end on that. It's been great. It's been fast. But I want to thank our esteemed guests. I hope to see you in person in Malta. I hope to actually see Seattle at some point. So God bless you all, and we'll reconvene shortly and see where DeFi goes. So
Very
thank
good.
you, everyone.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Well, a huge thank you there to Gordon for his moderation and the rest of the team for their participation in that panel. We're back with AIBC Europe and we're more than 1 hour overway into our 4 hours of conference and content. So now, just to recap, we started the day with Clayton Bartow taking a look at the future digital economy. That went into a panel discussion taking a look at the potential of upskilling the workforce. We heard then from Acon, and then finally we looked at the potential of DeFi. Well, our next discussion will be taking a look at the fresh view of the token offerings from our field of experts and the future trends and predictions. Let's take a look at our next panel for AIBC Europe.
The evolution of token offerings and regulation across Europe.
Good morning and welcome to this session about the evolution of token offerings and regulation across Europe. Today I'm very happy to have with me an old friend, Yael. I've been knowing Yael for many years now, and she's certainly one of the biggest experts in tokenization. And we also have Alex from the UCLA Blockchain Lab. I'd like to learn more about what you do as well during this session at the UCLA Blockchain Lab. It sounds very interesting. He's the co-founder of the Blockchain Lab. So without further ado, I'd like to start with a very general question in line with the topic of this panel. So 2016, 17 and 18, we've seen a lot of token offerings. It was, let's call it the gold rush. And things have changed a lot since then. How have token offerings changed over the past years? And maybe you would dare to give us the reason you think they have changed in this way?
I can start, Joseph. Thanks for having me on this panel. I'm really excited to be with you again, even though it's not physically in Malta. So hopefully next year. So we've seen an evolution in this tool that's called blockchain and cryptographic method of recording the cap table of ownership on the blockchain. We've seen the evolution of using of this tool for fundraising from the ICO to an STO model. Now, the predictions around the STO has really filled a gap in the market. The predictions for its growth were tremendous, right? Because in reality, up until now, companies and assets only had two ways to raise money: either private, private investors or public, right? Public market. Big companies can, of course, go out and issue corporate bonds and get loans, but smaller companies and assets like the real estate, for example, do not have such an option usually. So there was a lot of excitement. Finally, we have this approved methodology to raise funding and to maybe leverage assets that we have and get some liquidity and then go out in the market and do interesting things. So there was a lot of prediction around, the ICO market just moving towards the STO. Now, we didn't see that happen necessarily in 2018. 2019, it did pick up to some good levels. We've seen over $3 billion issued in security token offerings worldwide. Most of them were in either real estate or funds, equity funds that were tokenized. What we've seen, Joseph, is that big funds have preference towards tokenization. Why? Because they can afford it. It's a very expensive process. right now because of legal and compliance costs primarily. So that's why right now only big organizations can afford to tokenize. And that's not what we want in the market. We want to see streamlined approach, proven methodology, very transparent and non-opaque regulation around fundraising. Now we're going slowly towards that, and we've seen quite a few STOs happening in 2020, even through Corona, which is great. So, if we take concrete steps towards more transparency, processes, and standard methodologies for STOs, we're going to see a huge growth in the coming years.
Thank you, Yael. Alex, what are your comments about this?
Sure. So we went through this rabbit hole of the transition of ICOs to STOs with a lot of detail. We started the UCLA blockchain curriculum back in 2017, and very early on, we saw that most initial coin offerings, like we like to say here in the US, smelled like a security, walked like a security, talked like a security. Most likely it was a security. And we went down the path as an institutional player, an investor, as well as a university, to figure it out how to issue regulated token offerings, which I invite everyone to take a look at. How is it we're going to do this? Maybe. There we go. Yeah. Take a look at our book. It's the book we use at UCLA, and it talks about like how to issue security tokens around the world. But the essence of the change and dynamics of the market, it's simple, right? The SEC, which is the Securities Exchange Commission here in the US, controls and regulates 40% of the global trade of equities and bonds. So if any kind of token offering was going to catch momentum and it's going to do everything that it has the potential to do, it would be if it would be adopted by institutional investors and players. And no institutional investor and player anywhere around the world is going to play with a quasi-security that the SEC deems as an unregulated securities offering. So we've been seeing that transition after the Dow scandal into 2019, when the SEC allowed not one but two security token offerings as a public offering under what we have here as a Reg A+, the props token, and Blockstack. And since then, we've been seeing a lot more flexibility by the SEC and other regulators around the world into tokenizing securities or issuing security tokens. Some people make distinctions on what a security digitized would be a security token or not, but nevertheless, the point here is how to tokenize an asset and issue it on the blockchain.
So we all agree that it's finally time for asset-backed tokens to take over, right? And however, although we've seen a few, I still believe that we're still far away from what the potential of this could lead to. I'm seeing very few reputable or at least mainstream security offerings in terms of asset-backed tokens. So unfortunately, most of them are still quite low-key, and there are very few options of how to trade them. So how is this going to develop over the next few years, in your opinion?
So I can address the distribution of tokens and the availability of tokens in that whole market. So one of the remnants of the ICO market was the listing on exchanges and the exuberant prices that all of the crypto exchanges required for listing, right? Which are already coming close to even IPO prices in some cases, right? So what we need in order to distribute and to facilitate the secondary market are, number one, secondary markets that have liquidity and that have users. Number two, affordable ways for assets to list themselves there. right? We're doing a private offering, not a public offering. If you're looking at a regular exchange, it's just traditional securities exchanges like NASDAQ, NYSE, Malta Stock Exchange. They all have a private placement platforms, right? So where you can, for a few $100s, maybe a few $1,000s, list your assets for trading. Now, it does not avail you liquidity. It does not avail users because smaller market caps, smaller project market caps are not expected to trade as larger market cap companies. So what are we going to do, right? So there are different ways that Solid Block is overcoming this liquidity gap. Number one, by partnering with traditional exchanges and creating an infrastructure and technology through which we can facilitate token transfer between various exchanges, right? So global interoperability, global liquidity. And the second way that we're doing that is by aggregation of smaller projects into larger indices, so thereby increasing the market cap. Now institutions could be interested, but also by placing projects on exchanges, we're now enabling the investors to buy these securities just through their private bank, right? As they would any project that's listed on an exchange. So we're overcoming the trust gap, right? Because even though Solid Block was the first company to tokenize a commercial real estate asset with the St. Regis asking point, most people still don't know about us. But people know about NASDAQ, people know about NYSE, people know about Malta Stock Exchange, people know about Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. So that's my advice to the industry, is to actually, you're dealing with a regulated space. You need to gain people's trust, use traditional channels to get to investors.
Alex?
Yeah, I think that we're in a transition, right? If you really look at how old security tokens are, they quasi started in 2018 with a lot of promise. But over our research, we identified that there are two main hurdles. One, which Yael mentioned on, which is the technology interoperability and finding a standard that everyone around the world is going to use from a tech point of view. And I think that that's being solved. We have things like Solid Block, who's doing a fantastic job from the beginning of the industry. We have more traditional players that are now entering the industry with full-fledged solutions, like NASDAQ offers a full security token solution from 0 to 100. But then you have another roadblock, and a roadblock that is historical in securities trading around the world, which is local jurisdiction. Right? We haven't yet in the history of securities seen a harmonizing global regulatory framework that would allow me to easily change a security or exchange a security from a Japanese security holder with a Brazilian security holder. Those things usually go through clearinghouses and transfer agents. And I think that's one of the issues we're facing today. We're solving the technology with great companies like NASDAQ or Solid Block, but we're still in the midst of figuring out regulatory frameworks that could help transition assets from one market to another, which is really where you're going to get liquidity. And then as a final point to that, we're in the transition, like Yael mentioned, of a consumer behavior. Traditionally, crypto investors are prone to risk, but they don't want to take a picture of their passport. They don't want to upload and do KYC and get on white listings. And they're traditionally different than your usual, more senior or institutional investor who's accustomed to doing that. So I think that there's those three things we're getting over, those three hurdles, with technology being one that's being greatly solved by innovators in the space like Yael and her team.
Very interesting points. I have, so when I was doing my Oxford University FinTech program, the project, basically the final project I had to do, I chose the topic of P2P lending platforms, and my project was based on the use of tokens, of security tokens, of tokenized assets as collateral. So I see, for example, art as being something that can be easily tokenized. So you have a Caravaggio painting or a Michelangelo sculpture, and it's tokenized. It will still be exposed in a museum, but the ownership of it would be in the hands of the community, of the people that buy into it. And with that money, the museum can actually fund itself in order to maintain these pieces of art. Same with real estate. Obviously, real estate is also easily tokenized. I can buy a share in a shopping mall. I can buy a few tokens in a shopping mall without needing to own the shopping mall. And that's also another idea. And if I have those tokens, I can use them as collateral against the loan that I get from another person. So you don't need to go through the whole due diligence process in terms of whether the person who's borrowing the money has the assets to cover that money. And then it's easy to have an agreement that if the value of that collateral falls below a certain threshold, that collateral will be automatically sold, and the money will go to the lender, and the remaining part will go to the borrower or against fees of the platform. So that was my project for the Oxford University FinTech program. And I really believe in it. I really believe that this is the future, especially with banks becoming always more difficult to give loans. What do you think? Do you share my view that that is something that is going to happen anytime soon?
We still have to tell Alex, follow up his answer. Thank you for all the compliments.
My pleasure.
In terms of the loan and STO connection, I believe that will actually, that the DeFi market, decentralized finance loans specifically, will be what will catalyze the whole STO market. I believe we can use the DeFi mechanisms to underwrite STO projects and then turn around and lift these projects on exchanges and also, primary and secondary market, and repay the DeFi loans. That's actually the mechanism that we're developing right now, working with several DeFi companies, and it's looking very, very promising. But I'll tell you about a few challenges that we're facing. Again, challenge number one is this ICO mentality and non-real world asset mentality of we need to have a community, right? So one of the measures for the DeFi market of the success of the asset is how many followers it has, how much liquidity, how can they predict liquidity in the asset. Now, the real world assets like art, museum, or real estate are not expected to have a lot of liquidity. These are more of a long-term hold assets, and in some cases, you expect liquidity right after a certain milestone, where we expect the asset to go up in value. And thankfully, in real estate, those milestones are abundant. When you complete development, or when the asset opens to public, or when there is a report on how well the shopping mall did, in the previous quarter. You have all these milestones where we expect the value to go up, and we expect for people to want to cash out. So we need to kind of overcome this mentality from the crypto world and crypto assets that are based on either expectation of growth, like Bitcoin, or possibly some sort of applications or blockchain applications that are being built based on a certain token or stable coin. So that's one market. Our market, the STO market, is actually the real world asset market. It behaves differently. It behaves similarly to traditional companies, but on a smaller scale. So my answer to your question is that the loan connection to the STO is probably the most important connection and direction in the security token market.
Alex, before you reply to this, we only have a couple of minutes left, so I'd like you to be short, but I'd like also a comment from you, apart from this thought that I threw earlier, a comment about MiCA. So basically in September, the European Commission published a wide-ranging digital finance package. Part of it is the markets in crypto assets regulations. They look into regulating token offerings and services relating to crypto assets, so crypto asset services. I'd like a very short comment from you about it. What do you think, if it's a step forward or if it is just adding more hurdles for tokenization to take over in this space?
Yeah, no, that's very interesting, and it was very forward thinking by the European regulators to come up with that paper. I think that paper is about like a year or more until it becomes implemented, but it's a solid evidence of our theory that if tokenization is really going to take all the opportunity to be one of the greatest financial disruptors in the history of finance, is that if it gets institutional adoption. And no institutional player, no bank, no major hedge fund, no pension fund in the US or abroad is going to invest in anything that is not regulated. It's just simple like that, right? We might think about revolutionizing the financial industry. It just won't happen if it's not regulated. It's just point blank. That's the reality of things. And then the MiCA proposal was very interesting because it not only proposes to create a framework for regulating things like stable coins, regulating things like security tokens, regulating even things like utility tokens, as long as they don't pass a threshold of €1 million or 5 million euros in market cap, that are like small, or they can't be traded one for another. Another very interesting piece of evidence in that filing was that existing players that are already licensed, like credit unions or insurance companies, wouldn't have to get licensed to hold these assets. So right there, you could see it as a gatekeeper, which will keep, the rich getting richer, but at the same time, you get institutional adoption at a flick of a finger. And we're seeing that also happen here in the US. Recently, the US government announced that retail banks are going to be able to custody crypto. So whenever our parents here are going to be comfortable in holding crypto in their retail bank and security tokens, I think that's when we're all going to see the huge boom we've been all waiting for in the tokenization space.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Yael. It was a great panel. And thank you all for following us. On to the next one.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph.
So much for having us.
Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you there to Joseph for his moderation. Now, although the topic there was token offerings and regulation across Europe, it actually expanded above that as we have Alex representing UCLA in the United States and Yael representing Tel Aviv in Israel. So some fantastic insights there from our previous panels. And that brings us to the end of that category of discussion. Next, we'll be taking a look at the digital innovations when it comes to AI and also the future of blockchain, IoT, and big data.
Can government-issued digital currencies solve the financial inclusion issues?
We're back with another AIBC Summit panel discussion, and today we'll be taking a look if can government digital currencies actually solve the issue of financial inclusion. We have a great set of guests today. We have Michelle joining us, we have Alexander, and we also have Frank. So it's great to have you all join me on the line. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Great to have you all. Now, this is a very interesting time to have this discussion. We are seeing that government introduced digital currencies. We're even seeing a digital euro might be on the cards as of very recent news this November. So what a better time to be having this discussion. And I'd love to start just with you, Michelle, and just get your impressions of what we have seen so far from these digital government-backed digital currencies and where you think they're going to go moving forward.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jess. And good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's fantastic to be here. I think very, very exciting times. Of course, we've had the challenges with COVID, and even with COVID, I think, you know, the future of money is going to look very, very different. I think certainly we're seeing a very big shift in terms of even structuring monetary policy as a whole. So a lot of governments are very, very keen in exploring, you know, what the future of money looks like. And I think that's where you have the realm of digital currencies. Certainly, I think, you know, we've had quite a lot of progress in terms of countries actually exploring digital currencies. We've had a few that have launched. I think Bahamas is one of the countries that has looked to actually launch a CBDC. So very, very exciting times. But I think in many of the countries, the focus is very much around exploration and really trying to understand what, you know, the pros and cons are for central bank digital currencies. I think certainly we're going to see a whole range of countries start to introduce central bank digital currencies, particularly more so around, you know, in the West. Certainly in emerging developing countries, I think, again, there is an appetite. You know, in Africa, we are starting to have that bigger conversation about, okay, why should we introduce CBDC if we should? And what does that structure look like? What are the, you know, implications for things like financial inclusion? So definitely a very exciting space, and there's a lot of work I think that still needs to be done to progress it.
And you've made some fantastic points there where it comes to different regions benefiting differently from this financial inclusion issue and also a digital-backed currency. So we'll get to that a little bit later in the panel discussion, but thank you so much for your insights there. Now, Alexander, I'd love to jump to you now and just ask you, because you do have some experience when it comes to actually working with regions through their digital currency kind of push forward. What kind of examples can you give of what we've seen so far, some economies that have already maybe integrated something along these lines, and what kind of feedback you've had?
Thank you very much. It's exciting time to talk about CBDC. When we spoke last year, I projected that CBDC would be, the year of CBDC would be 2020, but due to the COVID, I think it would be 2021. So again, yes, we have as a CBDC platform creators, we have a couple of pilots. And why the central bank are actually starving to get the digital currency, first of all, due to the COVID, the paper currencies also transmit the disease. So they would like to eliminate this risk, first of all. Then it's actually almost costless medium of exchange. And of course, if you'd like to deliver any amount of paper cash to the another part of your country, it requires a lot of resources, a lot of it costs you a lot, not only to print the cash, but to deliver the cash, to collect the cash. So when you use CBDC, you can manage this process almost free of charge. And again, on top of that, you can actually program, add the simple script program to program the currency to create whatever, halal money, to create the subsidies, to create the special currency which might be spent only for education purposes. So from this perspective, the pros for digital currencies are almost endless. So from my perspective, all those pilots will end up next year into 3 or 4 or probably even 5 to 6 countries who will definitely switch to CBDC and as a launch project together with the cash currency, of course. They will work in parallel for several years.
So very bullish from you there, Alexander. And as you said, the pros are endless. So Frank, I'd love to turn to you now and just ask, what are some of the cons that we might see before we launch a little bit further into the discussion from a broader perspective? Is there any that you can identify maybe as the counter argument to anything that Alexander's just mentioned?
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending where you are. Yeah, there definitely are concerns, and it's good that you actually mentioned this. I recently looked through the questionnaire that was sent out by the European Central Bank about the digital euro, which they launched a few days ago. I wrote about it on LinkedIn somewhere. It's a very long questionnaire, it's very thorough, but you can definitely read into it that they are already looking towards a certain direction with this currency. And the kind of questioning, I wouldn't call it loaded, but they are definitely, the biggest concern that I can see is a digital currency issued by a central bank will never have privacy as its main concern. That's just because it's run by government. And we have seen recently, just after the terror attacks in Austria, now straight away there are loud cries again in the EU to abolish end-to-end encryption in things like, Signal and WhatsApp. So the idea that a central bank could possibly back and support and actually create a digital currency that values the privacy of its user is ludicrous. They would never ever do that. They're asking the questionnaire, actually, I've got it in front of me, I just pulled it up to tell you. So they're asking, what would you prefer as a user? A digital euro focused on privacy and the protection of personal data, or a digital euro with broader potential for additional services, allowing innovative features and other benefits for citizens and businesses? That's a loaded question. They want you, do you want privacy, or do you want all these other services which we will snoop on you? So my biggest concern, as much as there is an amazing use case for digital currencies, for cryptocurrencies, I mean, I started the Bitcoin business here, I believe in digital currencies. My biggest concern, if any government gets near it, is privacy, and that it will be used in ways that you don't want it to be used as a user, and that they will not tell you about. They will use it to spy on you. So privacy is definitely, the potential for it to be abused in the privacy sector is definitely my biggest concern and the biggest con.
Very interesting points there. Now, if we focus on this a little bit in a little bit more detail, because the positive of financial inclusion is obviously the focus of the panel today, and I'd like to start with you now, Michelle, and just ask you, when it comes to solving the issue there, we've seen that Christine Lagarde has said that the digital euro wouldn't be a replacement for cash, but if we look to different regions actually where there isn't even much of a cash-based economy, and there might be different regions, or a very unbanked economy, if we look at continents like Africa, what are the benefits there of a digital currency, and how would that different and really further benefit people that are really just trying to make a living?
Yes, no, fantastic question. I think, when we look at CBDC, sometimes everybody kind of puts it in a big pot. And I think the implications for CBDC in different countries, even at national level, even when you look at Africa as a continent, Africa has over, 50 countries, 55 countries. So you have to look at it almost at a national level and the implications at national level for these countries. So certainly when we're talking about financial inclusion here and actually getting the 1.7 billion people who don't have access to a bank account and have no access to any financial stability within their spheres, then we get very excited about things like central bank digital currencies, because it provides that opportunity to bring the unbanked back into the financial system. So it goes beyond just creating financial stability for a certain set or category of people, but it starts to bring in others who have not actually been had the opportunity to have that financial stability or that access to the financial economic system. So in that respect, I think it's very, very key, that whatever kind of central bank digital currency is designed with the concept of actually how is that going to impact certain people, especially people who are vulnerable, people who do not have access to their bank account, and in fact don't necessarily need to have access to a bank account in order for them to actually enjoy that financial access because of CBDC. So in that respect, I think it has a good promise. Again, it very much depends on the design of that central bank digital currency. Certainly, again, it's not just a case of maybe even looking in Africa, but even here in the UK, where I am at the moment, right? We have moved quite ahead in terms of using, either our credit cards most of the time and less cash. So, but at the same time, within the UK, we have an aging population. So a lot of people are much older. And still love the comfort of having their cash or using their cash if they need to. So what I'm really trying to drive at is actually we have to create choice. If you can create choice for different segments of society, and if that choice includes maybe central bank digital currency as an option, then I think that's a good thing. And as Alexander was saying earlier on, we're going to have this parallel where you will have a little bit of cash, and then you will still have a certain segment of people who are not necessarily 100% comfortable with just jumping into wallets straight away. They still need to have that, if you like, that sort of switching from using their cash into wallets, and remember the older population. So it really kind of depends on the countries, the demographic structures of those countries, and if these people will buy into a central bank digital currency in the first place. But huge opportunity for financial inclusion, I think, especially in emerging markets.
Fantastic, thank you. And Alexander, I would love to turn to you now and just ask, because we are talking, and Michelle made some fantastic points there when it comes to actual financial inclusion, even the fact that would people need a bank account that they already hold to be able to hold a CBDC token or digital euro, as it were. So do you have any more insights when it comes to that? Actually, how is it really taking the next step to have more of a financial broad openness to new demographics and new users?
Yes, of course. But let me add a couple of points to the financial inclusion, as actually it's a subject. I'm pretty sure that due to the digital currency, especially CBDC, and the proper design, of course, it will allow the government to actually deliver the cash in form of subsidies directly to the citizens. I mean, eliminating all the agencies, all the bureaucracy, all the processes, so almost instantly and directly to the right hand. And this is a real problem in several quite corrupted countries, as you might expect it. And again, if we will look at this system from helicopter point of view, you will see that in the next couple of years, we will see several countries who will launch their CBDC in one or another form. So in this case, the world will need the platform to actually have like an inter-exchange of all these CBDCs, like transnational financial network, where it would be possible to instantly exchange any kind of CBDCs. So my actually insight that probably the next technologies would be to add interoperability on top of the different CBDCs, because for the current CBDCs project, it would be different technologies. So the connectivity and interoperability of these CBDCs would be the next step to deliver transnational currencies. And I'm expecting that such countries as ASEAN or BRICS or another bloc will issue their form of transnational currency.
Okay, fantastic. No, thank you. And Frank, I'd like to turn to you now and just ask, because we've seen from countries like Venezuela, when it comes to their introduction of digital currencies that are backed by or enforced by a government, and also more local, such as Dash and Bitcoin, also gaining some momentum to combat the cash inflation issue that we did see in that region. How should central banks then react moving forward when it comes to maybe decentralized digital currencies gaining popularity in a world where they're trying to enforce digital currencies? Is that going to be an issue down the line, you see?
Well, you're already seeing governments trying to make life harder for users of decentralized currencies. You just need to look at Bitcoin. Personally, I think Bitcoin and BTC is pretty much the only digital currency that you should, decentralized currency you should care about. It's already being made a lot harder. There are already laws and rules brought in that you have to know the identity of the sender and the recipient under the usual KYC, AML rules. They all bring all these rules in that obviously go totally against anything in crypto. And they bring that in because they are probably quite rightly a little concerned about a currency they cannot control. If we remember how Facebook tried to launch Libra, and the governments quickly saw how powerful that can be and shut it down in an instant. The government doesn't like competition, basically. So yeah, they will, if they bring in their own currencies, they're going to clamp down on the privacy and the decentralized aspects of the other currencies that already exist. So now, of course, you cannot block things like Bitcoin. It's just impossible. But you can make life a lot harder for users of Bitcoin. And they will do it under the excuse of saying, well, you don't need to use that. We gave you our wonderful currency. Here it is. You can use the digital euro. Why use the dirty Bitcoin? And I think there's a lot of education needed still for the public. For example, when we launched a Bitcoin sportsbook over here, a regulated one in the Isle of Man, the first one actually, our biggest concern was that if we switch this on, all the dirty money and the dark market money and all these things, these horror stories you hear about. Oh, this Bitcoin is going to come to us and we're going to get flooded in drug money. And it just wasn't the case. Less than 10% of any Bitcoin out there is actually used for anything, illegitimate that we couldn't use. And we researched this a lot. So honestly, I'm sure if we do some more education with the public and basically stress the point that the fiat money you have in your wallet is more likely to have been used illegitimately than the Bitcoin in your digital wallet, then people will think differently. But I can definitely see central banks sort of not outlawing, but pushing out and making it hard to use any currencies, any digital currencies that they don't approve of. And they will, try and push their own little products. And I'm not saying their products will be bad, and maybe they will be really good, and maybe there is a point for digital euro and other digital currencies. And I really like what Alexander said. Actually, it's a fascinating thought that we're going to have transnational exchanges for these different currencies. That's a really, there's money to be made there for sure. But yeah, my concern again being, more into Bitcoin and the decentralized side is again that governments will sort of try and push the ones they don't like aside and just to muscle in with their own little coins.
And I think we do have to acknowledge that point as well, that in 2020 alone, we've seen protests in different countries, we've seen government-enforced lockdowns, we've seen internet blackouts as well. So for people that are inquisitive about a central bank-backed digital currency, is there a risk that something this centralized, as opposed to cash, which does have an element of free movement, and obviously we are all in this blockchain and cryptocurrency space, so we are aware of other digital assets as well. Is that the main concern that you three would have? And feel free to answer or give your feedback on just how you view the status of something which was central bank owned as opposed to fully decentralized.
Who wants to go first?
I would say, I would say that CBDC is inevitable. So of course, the digital currency in one or another form will replace the physical currency, the paper currency. And I'm pretty sure that because the central banks are quite conservative, they will never use any decentralized solution. They will try to still centralize. So let's call it transition phase to the global digital currency. But before global digital currency, we still have a lot of CBDCs centralized in the central banks because they actually central banks. They cannot use decentralized. But again, it's very exciting to see how the world turned to the digital, and probably we will end up in the truly decentralized global digital currency at the end.
Yes,
I do hope that have a decentralized model, but I can see a future where there will be the centralized, the official money, and you're going to have like the new digital outlaws who use their little decentralized currencies, the freedom-loving, privacy-hugging people like me who would never want a central bank to know how much digital currency I have in my wallet. You're always going to have those people because you cannot switch off Bitcoin. But yeah, I think there will be definitely, like Alex said, it's inevitable that the central banks will push their solutions through.
And Michelle, finally to end on you, please.
Sure, thanks, Jess. No, some very interesting perspectives there. I think given that I have been very involved with governments a lot, I think I'll give them a little bit of credit here that actually they don't necessarily just want to switch off everybody who's kind of interacting with Bitcoin. Certainly I think, governments also want to see a level of stability within the economies, right? So they want to be able to say, okay, if you are operating within the fintech space or you're dealing with Bitcoin, then we want that to be done, in a more secure and regulated manner. I think there's still a big divide between what happens in the Bitcoin sphere and what's happening with government. And because of the level of speed that happens within the Bitcoin space, it's kind of very difficult to manage that, I think, from a government perspective in terms of regulation. So for me personally, what I would really love to see is a little bit of balance and also an opportunity to have, the decentralized world where we can be innovative and do what we need to do as, fintechs around the world. But at the same time, I'd also like to have a level of stability for those people who don't necessarily understand the decentralized world at the moment. And they have government and regulation regulators and central banks have responsibility to ensure that level of stability and security for people. So there's an element of choice that has to come in and an element of balance that has to come in from both ends. It's inevitable that central bank digital currencies are certainly going to be there. So if you choose to ignore what's happening with central bank digital currencies as a country, I think you're going to be left behind. And hence the need for that education as well, not just for the ordinary citizens on what choices have you got, what money options have you got, but also to regulators and to governments. They have to start to understand actually how do we not necessarily just focus on the centralized elements of money, but how the monetary system is completely changing, because as a result of DeFi, as a result of central bank digital currencies, as a result of stable coins, as a result of Bitcoin, there's a lot that's happening, right? And the monetary system as a whole within countries is going to change. And if you're going to ignore that, then I think you're missing the trick. And besides, even if you go fully decentralized, right, there's massive opportunities even for banks or commercial banks and others to innovate and create new products and services. So, it's not a scary world. The Bitcoin world is not that scary, guys. There's a lot that you can actually get out of it.
Completely agree. Fantastic. It was great to hear three very interesting perspectives, and I could have carried on the conversation for much longer, but unfortunately that is all that we have time for. Thank you all so much for giving your insights. I'm sure our viewers watching has learned a lot, so thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
Well, a great discussion there about how governments can get involved with digital currencies. Now we're going to move to another hot discussion around the very strong statement, which is DeFi. We're going to be talking about how DeFi banks or DeFi banking alternatives can introduce interest rate solutions and also returns for investment for retail investors. And what does real decentralization look like when it comes to these kind of projects? Well, we're going to be taking a look with our next set of panelists. So let's take a look at the next discussion.
Can DeFi banks restructure the financial world? From mortgage to bank loans, how will the future look?
Thank you guys for accepting our invite to speak about such an interesting subject about DeFi banks and the financial world. I think it's one of the hottest topics within the industry in the last, let's say, since this year. COVID has affected us in a lot of ways, in weird ways. And DeFi is probably affecting the crypto industry within the same strength as well. I will start by asking all of you to introduce yourselves to the people who might not be from the industry, although you guys certainly do not need an introduction. Start with you, Tone.
Hi everyone, my name is Tone Vase. I've been a part of the crypto space since around late 2013, early 2014, come from the traditional Wall Street environment, got really interested in Bitcoin and kind of went down that path. Today I run a YouTube channel. I have several conferences around the world. One is in Las Vegas called Unconfiscatable. Another one is in Malta called Understanding Bitcoin. And also I educate people on trading because that was one of my former skill sets as well as speak at many conferences, try to educate people about crypto, Bitcoin, and the freedom that it can bring.
Perfect. I'm also a previous trader for almost 17 years, so we have some stuff in common there. Felix?
Hi everyone, thanks for having me again, and thanks for making that happen even virtually this year. It's amazing what you pull off here. My name is Felix Margo. I'm working for the decentralized project Dash, or have run one of many organizations or entities within Dash Digital Cash. We are one of the rather old and first generation projects out there. Dash stands for Digital Cash, so we are very focused on payments around the world, getting merchant systems up and running, getting users to use cryptocurrency for other use cases than only trading. But then, as you already said, DeFi came along, and this is a very, very interesting use case, especially as we always claim, be your own bank. So there's a lot of stuff we can do now, I think, with many blockchains working together, and I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
Couldn't agree with you more. Thank you, Felix. Stefan, last but not least.
Yes, hi there, and thank you for having me. So my background, I've been kind of working in the internet business since the late 90s and kind of seen the various waves of the internet. And the last kind of 10 plus years, industry specific, I've been focusing on sort of gaming and gambling. And the last 3 years, I've been working with and the CEO for a decentralized application called Funfair Technologies, which is a decentralized gaming platform built on the Ethereum blockchain. And during that period, although I had an interest in blockchain and crypto prior to that, I've obviously kind of learned a lot at the coalface of actually running a dApp on Ethereum. And most recently, we had been looking at kind of DeFi and obviously the rise of DeFi on Ethereum and where DeFi and gaming could overlap. And subsequently to that, I've kind of moved on and am now a consultant in the space from a kind of business perspective.
Okay, thanks a lot for the introduction, guys. So DeFi is the space we're talking about here, but when we provide a background about the decentralized finance, different people who are in different industries could have a different understanding or could put more emphasis on what decentralized finance will address with regards to issues in the sector. So I would like each one of you to express what DeFi is to themselves, so just the general understanding of decentralized finance and what it stands for, and especially from your own perspective in the industry you operate, which you guys seem to all hail from different backgrounds. Starting with you, Tone.
Sure. I was kind of hoping I'd go last, but I guess I'll kick it off. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to agree with the other two panelists. Here's what DeFi means to me. To me, DeFi, and it should mean to everyone, stands for decentralized finance. However, in the entire crypto space, in the entire financial world, I believe there's only one and only one project. You can call it a blockchain project, you can call it whatever you like. There's only one project in all of crypto that is actually decentralized, and that is Bitcoin. I don't believe there is another project in all of crypto that can have a claim that it's decentralized. I've actually written articles about this myself, along with several other experts in the field. And therefore, this notion of calling a lot of these projects DeFi, I believe, is just wrong. Are they doing things that are differently? Of course they are. They're doing them differently. Are they being innovative? And my answer is, once again, no, it's not. I haven't seen anything in the world of DeFi other than Bitcoin that is actually innovative. It is taking the same exact thing that has always been done, and I believe that it makes it a little more dangerous, and we're seeing some elements of that, but not fully, in that this time around, unlike the traditional finance, this time around, everyone is actually printing their own money for these DeFi projects. So I have been a vocal voice to try and get people to think about a lot of these projects more critically and not just rush into it, because I've seen way too many examples of people losing a lot of money. Sure, there's money to be made if you really understand the inner workings of them, and the further you dig into those inner workings, the shadier a lot of those projects are to me. So I've been a voice against a lot of this DeFi stuff in the world of crypto.
Normally I would pass straight on to the next participant, but just to put it out there for later down the line, I would probably consider you one of the purists then, but there's going to be always a stepping stone from totally decentralized to hand-holding, where some parts are decentralized, but then they will end up being decentralized, which is a problem that we're going to find with the industry and industries that are usually also quite regulated, which is especially like the finance world that we operate in as well. Felix, your idea of decentralized finance?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And it's really complicated, because you can approach it from so many different perspectives. First of all, and really personally, I have to say, since I dig into what is happening there, I feel like, the first time I heard about Bitcoin, you fall into this rabbit hole and open so many doors, and I have exactly the same feeling. And honestly, I didn't have it for a long time in blockchain. So now 2020 has really, made me like an addict. I cannot get enough of all that DeFi stuff. And this is like super, super exciting. The second thing is, in the last couple of years, a lot of things have happened in blockchain space, and finally we have many products that are working and that we can play around with. So, to say it very simply, now you can do stuff that you couldn't do before. As Tone pointed out very accurately, a big use case or a big thing what's happening right now is that you just copy paste exactly the world of financial products out there. But, to put it in another perspective, the banking industry and finance industry is like one of the most creative industries in creating the weirdest products and selling that as a financial product all around the world to different customers, right? So obviously that's a use case, if this is good always, or I would argue there's always some, nice use cases in it and some great business models for people, to invest in, and that it's an alternative. And from the standpoint of, now we have all that stuff in place, we can do things with it. Obviously, there is a lot of use cases we didn't see yet. And you can really imagine it as a Lego box on the one side, where now we can plug and play so many things together. And again, with Dash now, there is a lot of stuff that you can do beyond payment, such as lending, borrowing, and you kind of can integrate it into existing systems. And if you take it a bit from a perspective where, so far many blockchains have these own islands and have no bridges to play with each other or to interact with each other, and there's all these amazing ecosystems going around, and I feel DeFi gives us the opportunity to build bridges all around these blockchains and to create just something new. And I'm not sure if I can even what has happened last month. I don't know what's happening next month. It's so fast. Probably next year when we sit here, we have a completely different perspective.
That is a very good point, and we will explore interoperability and also atomic swaps later during this call as well. Thank you, Felix. What is your point of view, Stefan? Your view onto the DeFi world?
I think it's interesting hearing the other two's point of view, and I share quite a lot of what they say. And I think for me, what's interesting, and it is a very fast-moving space, and a lot has happened, but I still think it's very, very early doors. Whereas crypto kind of had the promise of facilitating universal payment, I think what DeFi or open finance does is, through decentralization and through the use of smart contracts and protocols, has the ability or the promise or the potential to open up financial products to a much wider group of people in a very different way than traditional finance. So in that sense, I think, you could argue the potential for it is, to open up finance and financial tools. And at the moment, they're largely being borrowed from the traditional financial world. But I have no doubt, as innovation moves forward, there will be new innovative financial tools and services that are enabled by this technology to anybody on the planet really who has a mobile phone and the internet. The decentralization point that Tone makes, I hear, and I think that's probably largely true. And what you hear, from the projects is they're on a journey to decentralization. And then I also think Felix raised a point around, there is some quite significant legal and compliance concerns around this in terms of its openness and KYC and AML, which I'm sure we'll touch upon.
Very valid points, all of you. And obviously, by the time we get to where decentralized finance needs to be, it's going to be a long journey. A journey probably filled with mistakes as well that we have to correct. But in order to simplify as much as possible the understanding, I want to each one of you to touch upon some current developments. You can speak about your companies as well, or stuff that you guys are working on that are actually happening right now. And the idea is to identify current developments and see what missing links these developments have within the DeFi space. I think addressing the shortcomings and the challenges is a very good way for our listeners to understand where the current situation now, and then after we will see where the industry is going. Tone, you can start.
Sure. I guess I'll start with the developments that I really care about, and that is the developments of Bitcoin. A lot of people do think that it moves very slow, and transactions might be expensive, and transactions might not be very private. But here's what Bitcoin is doing. By actually being decentralized, Bitcoin provides 3 properties that didn't exist before Bitcoin and haven't existed since Bitcoin. They are unconfiscatability, which means you can now hold something of value in your head and no one knows it even exists, and you can take that anywhere with you, and no one can confiscate it from you unless they hack it. But if they don't know you even have it, makes it a lot harder to hack. Censorship-resistant value transfer. Yes, it's not always fast. Yes, it's not always cheap. Yes, it's not always private, but there is no middleman in that transaction. That transaction will not be reversed. At least it hasn't yet, and hopefully that will never happen, because if a Bitcoin transaction is reversed, the entire confidence, not only in Bitcoin, but in every single project in the crypto space, basically dies. If it's proven that Bitcoin is not immutable, I will never hold any Bitcoin for longer than it takes me to make a transaction. I would basically, I'll still use Bitcoin. I would still love the censorship-resistant value transfer property, but I will never ever use it as a store of value. I would basically treat Bitcoin like the Venezuelan bolivar. The moment I get some, I need to immediately spend it, because I don't know what's going to happen to it 5 minutes later. That would basically be how I treat it. It's still useful, but not as useful. And the third property is its finite supply of 21 million Bitcoin. Once again, if that property is to be challenged and that property is to be changed, basically the confidence of a finite supply of Bitcoin is gone. And that's how I see all these other cryptocurrencies. All these other cryptocurrencies is just unsecure, non-decentralized inflation on top of Bitcoin's 21 million coins. And the developments to make Bitcoin faster, cheaper, more private are happening. They may not be happening as quickly for some, but they are happening because it's too important not to screw this up. The traditional statement of Silicon Valley and startups, move fast and break things, is great when you're building a messaging app. It's not so great when we're talking about people's life savings. So it's a very different environment. Now, when it comes to a lot of these DeFi projects, they still have this mentality of move fast and break things. And when it comes to breaking people's money and their savings, I'm not very happy with these developments. We have seen numerous hacks, numerous levels of incompetence in a lot of these DeFi projects. So I'm not expecting much from it. Yes, a lot of them are hyped. Yes, a lot of them go up in value. But just as we saw with the ICOs of 2017 and 98% of altcoins in 2014-15, they're not coming back. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 1 or 2 or even 10 of these projects may one day succeed. And I may be wrong, because I don't think any will. But even if I'm wrong on that part, where I am not wrong is knowing that I am not smart enough to know which 3 to 5 projects would succeed out of the 3,000 to 5,000 projects we have. So I just want to warn people that Bitcoin has proven itself, and that is the true decentralized finance, because you can now be a bank and control your own money going forward, and don't throw it away on some better percentage gain because someone convinced you that this DeFi project is the future.
Those are very strong statements, and I agree with most of what you said. And it is beyond this panel, but obviously I assume you would be an interesting person to invite for central bank digital currencies to speak pro, or mostly I would guess against. Felix, your idea of what's happening in this space?
Yeah, thank you, Ton. I would say I agree with many of them. Just I would like to take a little bit of just a different perspective to point out some other things. I mean, especially with Dash, I said we have established merchant ecosystems all around the world in the last year. So in fact, there is already a lot of stuff that is there, that is working, where people can spend their money. In fact, me in Thailand, I personally try to live as much from Dash as I can, and there's a nice ecosystem here with many awesome restaurants and cool places I can go, and I like to hang out. So this is, for me, like from a very personal perspective, already one very big achievement in the last years. Then we have Dash platform coming out this year, so finally, there will be a second layer essentially on Dash. We can build things. We have a decentralized cloud storage. We have decentralized APIs. We have usernames, and that's all about to launch in the next month. And then I was super happy that suddenly DeFi happened, and essentially for me, who is building partnerships, who is trying always to find strategic new business angles, exactly to do, what Tony said. You have to be relevant, and you have to run a useful business case at the end of the day that people use and that people like, and that's absolutely true. So for me, the DeFi space has opened doors to 1 million new possible partnerships. And I think bringing these three things now together, number one, the established merchant ecosystem we have, together with now the possibility to build really cool stuff on Dash, such as, payroll solutions or whatever is necessary for a decentralized payment. And number three, combining that with existing projects out there with lending platform, staking, or, there's also probably good ways to build yield maximizers and all that, what is happening out there. So to bring that all together, I think that's a huge chance and a huge opportunity, especially for older projects like us, to remain relevant and to make it up to the top again.
It is very interesting that Tony went on the purist approach, and you were talking a bit more on doing decentralized elements to some non-decentralized elements of finance as well. Stefan, just to put some perspective, we are a bit limited from time. What is your idea of what's happening currently in the market?
So I think what's happening specifically around the DeFi space, which is predominantly on Ethereum. I probably take a slightly different view to Tone in that I think Ethereum is pretty decentralized, and that's its raison d'etre. I think what Ethereum brings to the party is obviously smart contracts, and what DeFi is doing is utilizing those smart contracts by creating financial protocols, and those protocols enable. And I think this is innovative. I think it certainly has teething issues at this point, but I think it is innovative in that what you're doing is you're cutting out a financial middleman or an institution, and you are directly interfacing and working with a protocol. And that protocol could be in lending, it could be in an exchange, Uniswap, it could be any number of financial instruments that, at the moment, I call it kind of a bubble because it is a relatively small group of people. It certainly hasn't broken out into a bigger, more mass market audience, and I don't think it will do for quite some time. But, we're in a kind of sandbox of experimentation within which this new kind of paradigm or potential paradigm in terms of financial services and applications are being experimented with. So I personally think it's a very interesting time. I think it is very early days. I think history will tell you that the vast majority of the projects will fail, as per Tone's point, as we've seen with other technology waves in the past. But there likely will be some winners in there as well, as we see the space kind of evolve over the coming years.
I cannot agree with you more, because we have seen this over and over again. There's always the hype, but then there's only a few that really provide the value which is needed to thrive in the industry. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I would really like to get 15 to 20-second comment from each and one of you about what the future holds for the DeFi space. Start with you, Tone.
Sure. I do think that Bitcoin has a very, very bright future as it continues to give people a decentralized means to have a store of value and be their own bank. I also believe that a lot of these DeFi projects, they're going to be just as centralized as our current financial system. I just don't see how they can stay decentralized, because they still require contact in the outside world. They require somebody to enforce these contracts, and it goes beyond simply code. So I think it's going to devolve to the current financial system, but you can now use Bitcoin, which is a decentralized form of value transfer.
Perfect. Felix?
I think most of all, we cannot predict what is happening in 2 months in DeFi. This is number one. I hope we close the gap soon between a big hype out there and too many buzzwords out there and real usage on it. So we have to bring in more users. We have to make it more accessible. And honestly, stuff has to work better because it's still so clumsy to use it.
I cannot agree with you more being in a regulated space. Stefan?
Yes, I totally agree with the user experience piece. The user experience needs to significantly move forward. I know there's a lot of work going on, but it's still a minefield, and that needs to move forward at a pace. I think this piece around decentralization. There's quite a lot of DeFi projects at the moment exploring governance tokens. And I think that is still, there's a long way to go on that. So I think that is a very interesting space to watch as that evolves. And then I think the third kind of key area is really around regulation and how, regulators are going to perceive DeFi. We've seen, action now from a ICO perspective. I suspect, we will see considerable interest and action from regulators when it comes to DeFi, but at the same time, I hope, that the regulators are open-minded to this being a new technology and having the potential to be hugely innovative, and looking at it in a sensible and kind of mature way.
I couldn't agree more. And from my experience in the regulated space, you cannot self-regulate. You always have to give regulator a say in the way you program things, in the way there can be checks and balances. But it is very early right now to determine exactly where the industry is going, which is probably why this panel and this sector right now is so interesting, because everyone is putting a lot of money, a lot of pressure in it to obviously take the biscuit, as we say. But probably in 2021 or maybe the year after, we will see who the emerging winners are going to be. I thank you guys for being on the panel. Unfortunately, I wanted it to get a bit more spicy or ask a few more things, but they're telling us to stop. I thank you, Tone. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Stefan. And hopefully we can resume this in another time.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, guys.
Well, a huge thank you there to Dave for his moderation, and Felix and Stefan and Tone for their insights. Tone actually took part in a panel during our first ever AIBC Summit where he battled on stage with Robert Rogerver. So in comparison, this was a very amicable discussion. Now we're going to see what's up next during AIBC Europe. We're taking a look at cybersecurity and where AI comes into play. Our next panel discussion will be taking a look at a discussion by Tiffany Wand about cybersecurity trends during an online shift in 2020 and how AI is providing a bigger attack surface. Let's take a look.
Modality.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Wen. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Spectrum Labs. I'm also the GM and co-founder of Oasis Consortium, a nonprofit to set up industry standards for brand safety. Very glad to meet all of you and spend the next 10 minutes talking about cybersecurity. So 2020 was a hard year, and we see more and more people moving online. And in this virtual world, we also become more and more exposed to cyber threat. So to start with, I want to say that cyber threat is omnipresent. So for the longest time, we thought it was so far from us. It is a nation-state level of threat. Right. In the past months, one of the biggest news is the US government charged 6 Russian intelligence officers for their cyber attacks. And this is big news in the cybersecurity world. And in 2014, and if you remember, Sense Corporation was attacked by the Iranians and caused $40 million damage with single attack. But today, in this world of COVID, when we are all locked down, in the year of the US election, we see the conspiracy theories, the misinformation, the online toxicity fly all over us. And we came to realize that actually cyber threat is not that far away from us. It is all around us. Well, I want to end this point on the fact that how cyber threat is omnipresent and how we can react and tackle that. Using one of my favorite philosopher and the book The Art of the War from Sun Tzu is that know the self and know the adversary to win 100 battles. So know the self. So there are 5 actually major currents under this iceberg of the omnipresence of cyber attack. So the first one is really the scaled computing power. You know, we all benefit from it. Today, when we're connecting to the gaming system, every single thing is so vivid. Obviously, we benefit from the scaled computing power. But at the same time, the bad actors also benefit from it. To execute the operations they can do in a very sophisticated and automated way thanks to the scaled computing power. And the second is the data lake. Corporations nowadays really just dump the data into the data lake so that they can come back to use it, to analyze it, to really make their business thrive with more and more data they know about all of us. But with those big volumes of data out in the wild, we realize that our identities are no longer the passport numbers or social security numbers. Actually, our identities are so closely tied to every single piece of information we generate. How we like a post on the Facebook, how we talk on Reddit, and they become the tools and the loopholes, actually, for cyber attackers to weaponize themselves with, to social engineer with. And today, this data explosion really tied the data to our identities. So if the scale of the computing power and the data explosion make a cyber attack easier for the bad actors, well, let's look at what actually have made it harder for the good actors to react to. Well, the first I would say is in the past 2 decades, we really see the mobile first and the cloud native trends become real. Right? But that also means that we have way bigger attack surface for the bad actors and way harder for the good actors to define and secure what is the parameter for us to keep secure. Because nowadays, the cyber attack can happen at your fingertip, at your device, at the mobile you're using, and at home as we're all locked down, working from home. And if this is the trend in the past 20 years, what's coming in the next 20 years? Well, we see IoT bringing tens of billions of devices online. And those devices don't even have humans interact with them. They're automated, they're hard to take inventory with, and they really become the newest vulnerable places for attackers to penetrate with. And AI making it even harder. It's so hard to tell actually a fake person created by AI and the real human beings, and make the troll, the fake news, the misinformation, and social engineering all the easier, and make good actors to catch bad actors way harder. So let's look at the last trend. It's actually this online toxicity. So for the longest time, we human beings are the weakest link. We are being the victims of the phishing to get into the corporations by the attackers. But this year, actually even in the last election, 2016, in the US, we see that we human beings being weaponized. We are emotionally engaged by potentially conspiracy and misinformation campaigns and being used to drive the agenda by the cyber threats. So the contrarian part of the opportunity to that is very interesting though. The platforms today, all the digital platforms from social media, dating and gaming, realize that the faster they can prove themselves to be a trusted platform, the faster they can engage and acquire their users. Well, we talk about these 5 trends, right? The scaled computing power, the data explosion, the extended parameters by the mobile first and cloud native trends, and the rise of IoT and AI, and last, the race to trust. And those trends are really the first principal currents which drive this trillion-dollar crisis. So one of the Forbes article indicated by 2021, we would have spent over $6 trillion in cybersecurity. So the impact is huge. But more than that, as I mentioned, it's no longer a far-fetching somewhere at a nation-state level or big corporations. It is with us. Every single 39 seconds, there's a hacker attack happening. This near constant state is scary to a certain point, isn't it? So, as I said, it's very, very important to know the self and know the adversaries, to understand what are the key currents driving today's cyber threat. And when we create a solution to solve those problems, we have to come back to those fundamental trends behind this iceberg. So over a year ago, I went into the operator role at Spectrum Lab, leading the growth for the company. And Spectrum Lab is the AI platform for online trust and safety. So we use AI to detect the disruptive behaviors from sexual harassment, child sexual abuse, grooming, all the way to terrorism. And we also create a UI interface for the security and the safety team to increase their productivity to do their job. And since the inception, we've been lucky enough to work with major platforms like the Riot gaming platform, the Me Group for dating, the Macari for the marketplace, and Pinterest for social platforms. Those platforms that we all love and embracing. And so working and partnering with them, we secure over 1 billion users safe. Well, do you think that technology solutions will be enough to keep an internet a safer place? My answer is no. The longer I work in the space, the more I invest in the space, the more I read about space. And I realize the fundamental issue is we actually never agreed with each other what is considered to be trusted and safe. Different platforms between dating and gaming can really categorize a piece of the same information differently as to is that conspiracy or not versus freedom of speech. Is that piece of information sexual harassment or is it just a flirtatious message? And if different platforms cannot agree what is considered to be safe, how would it be able to come together, build a safer internet that we all want to live in? And that's a reason over 2 months ago, I started this nonprofit called Oasis Consortium, really along with the leading players in the space to identify what should be the pillars of online trust and safety. And we come up with, as the name goes, the Oasis, the openness, the inclusion and diversity, the accountability. Do we have a leader in a big institution to drive the online trust and safety? Security, we talk about the data protection, identity protection. And innovation, do we use humans? Do we use policies to reduce the human risk? Or we use technologies to enhance human beings to do a better job? And after all, the sustainability. And trust me, the bad actors are acting so fast. They're getting so sophisticated. It's all the more important for the good actors to realize we need to have a roadmap. a roadmap to build a fundamental infrastructure to make our platform safe and secure, and also have a budget to grow it, to grow the roadmap, the team, the agenda, and make everything transparent, inclusive, and safe for our users. So with that, really thank you for your time with me to talk about cybersecurity and the specific lens about online trust and safety. And you can get connected with me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And thank you very much for your time.
Well, a huge thank you there to Tiffany for her insights on something which is viewed by complex by a lot of people, the concept of cybersecurity. Now, our next panel discussion will be taking a look at regulation and the work that regulators are doing in the space when they're moving forward. Regulators really exist to protect the people, companies, and the broader economic systems from potential manipulation and harm. However, as the technology faster develops, are regulators struggling to keep up? And are regulators running the risk of stifling innovation? Well, let's take a look at our next discussion.
Underlying frameworks of regulations, ethical and societal.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gents. My name's Gavin Brown. I'm here as a moderator at the kind invitation of AIBC Europe. So very pleased today to be talking about all things regulation and in the sort of fintech space across many different areas of technology. I'm very kindly joined by two expert panelists as well. So I'm going to just hand to them in turn to introduce themselves. So Andre, would you like to lead off first?
Sure, thanks. Andre Schwer from the University of Malta. I'm a physicist by training, and in fact, I'm the head of physics over here. But apart from that, I'm interested a lot in sort of the ethics around technology and whether we should regulate or shouldn't regulate it. Also because my wife's a lawyer, so we have interesting discussions about that. And I'm really, really glad to be part of this panel.
Excellent, lovely to meet you, Andre. And Jaguar, are you able to just give us an introduction about yourself and your professional background as well, please?
Thank you. I'm Jaguar Advigal. I'm the CEO of Jaguar Lawyers, and my office is my firm does regulation and regulatory consulting and compliance consultation, as well as licensing for crypto companies, blockchain, and fintech in general. I'm part of the leading committee of the Fintech Israel Association here, part of Fintech Ladies, and it's what I like to do.
Excellent. Lovely to meet you both, albeit digitally in these times of COVID. So let's progress. As I said, my name's Gavin. I'm an associate professor at the University of Liverpool, and I tend to research and write on cryptocurrency and the adoption of potential crypto and blockchain technologies. Okay, so first question, Andre, to you. I mean, maybe let's kick off. You mentioned there that you were very interested in sort of the role of governments and regulators, and I think we used the phrase in some of the conversations we had together in the sort of pre-chat and research to this panel, the idea of regulating the unregulatable, the idea of that some of these technologies are deliberately designed in such a way that makes them difficult to control, and that's part of their appeal in some way. So what kind of role do you think a regulator can have, and what sort of some of the key challenges you think they face in trying to deal with these types of technologies?
It's a very good point, and in fact, one of the biggest challenges, as far as I can make out, in many of these technologies, one can see it both in cryptocurrencies, also in my other life. If you're talking about, for example, quantum communications, which are unbreakable, quantum computers, which are also super fast and they can break into encryption. There's similar challenges which run through both. One can think about the role of the regulator there being kind of shielding the consumer in some sense, trying to find out ways in which, well, not to regulate as such, but at least increase awareness, at least make sure that people know what they're getting into. So, do your own research, but at least with some help from someone who can do research at a deeper level and understands the tech a bit better than the retail consumer, for example.
Yeah, I think there's some great points there. I know it's, I once listened to a very good talk in Manchester, and there's a chap talking about, he drew the parallels between sort of crypto and regulation and fintech regulation broadly. And he mentioned about radio and the history of radio and the idea that it was quite difficult to regulate, and how the technology actually tends to go ahead of the regulation. And then it's the job of the regulator to kind of catch up, keep the good bits and protect us from the bad bits, but always through the rearview mirror rather than kind of looking forward, which the rest of us in the space tend to do. Jaguar, obviously you deal with this on a day-to-day basis, often from the client side. And I just wondered what kind of insights you have from your side in terms of how you feel regulation in fintech is going broadly at the moment.
Well, I can remind us all the famous called the California Act called the Red Flag Act. The one that was meant for the new cars, and basically you should have had a person running about 60 yards in front of a car because it was supposed to be like a motorized horse. And then there was a correction to that law very recently, and I think it was 1976 or something, that there was a great progress on that. The red flag, the person holding a red flag in front of the car did not have to go about 60 yards ahead, but only 20 yards ahead. And that gives us a great example. Yes, it's very funny. It gives us a great example of how much faster technology is compared to regulators. And the poor guys, they're really trying there, but there's no chance anyone dealing with law, tell your wife to excuse me, please, there. But still, the law professionals and specifically the regulators in that profession, we can't be as fast as the technologists. So what we can do is try to make minimum damage to customers and speaking about what we present to them and avoiding AMLs and avoiding deceiving, etc. But we will not ever be able to be as fast as technology.
And do you think, Joe? I mean, that's excellent insight you got there. And I really like the red flag example you gave, which I've not heard of that before. But I just wonder. Obviously, the argument which I think we're all agreed on is this notion of technology naturally tends to move faster, and it's almost an impossible task to keep pace. But do you think that regulators more broadly are creative enough in their solutions? I'm just thinking there that by, that they still use the same test, that red flag test, as the one you described, albeit at a shorter distance. They were still using the outdated methodology, arguably. And I just wonder, do you think that? I mean, I know here in the UK, regulators argue till the cows come home about, even from a crypto perspective, what's the correct terminology to use, and that's only the very first step on a very long road of dealing with these things. And I just wondered, to what extent do you think regulators perhaps need to be more creative and original in terms of not necessarily tearing up the rule book, but certainly being more imaginative in how it evolves with that technology?
Well, I think regulators take an example of what they know so far. Take another bad example, I could say, that was used to judge ICOs, which is the Howey test. Howey test is based on an orchard, which was back in in the United States in the old days. And basically, they have to use an analogy to what has been before. Take into account the precedents that we use. As a precedent from one case to another, we can only judge a case by what has happened so far. And that's not very relevant in technology, because the whole point, specifically in blockchain industry and in fintech as well, is trying to create a new existence or new reality. So to answer your question, if we're using the logic based on analogy of how like it is to what we had before, there's no way it could work. So the only thing we could do is regulators can do is get as close as they can, and they can't really break new realms or break new skies in that.
I'm pleased you mentioned the Howey example there. I always remember when the SEC launched their Howey coin as that honeypot trap as a false ICO, which the website is still open now. I always use it as a test case with my students just to see their red flag test again. And that's great. And Andre, obviously turning to you now, just thinking a bit more holistically around the roles of regulation in society in particular. Do you think I mean, I'm looking at the test case or something that happened recently in the UK. The FCA regulator there ruled against derivative products in terms of crypto derivative products being marketed, promoted and sold to retail investors. And a lot of arguments were made at the time that there seems to be an unequitable treatment in the realms of fintech broadly, and in particular crypto, in terms of how regulators deal with these types of new products. Do you feel that regulators are perhaps overly conservative, or do you think, sort of we the people need that protection and therefore they're very prudent to do so?
I'm divided. So on the one hand, I mean, as you can see from several ICOs, I mean, people do occasionally need a bit of hand-holding. On the other hand, there are very, very risky traditional investment opportunities which are open to people. So at the end of the day, I mean, one could always, as long as there's a good enough label and as long as people understand the consequences of that, then I would argue that hand-holding is good, but not blocking, so to speak. And I think perhaps this is the dance that regulators are playing. The other way I see things, and of course this comes from, again, my other life as based in physical reality, is the notion of sandboxes and test beds, and it's true. Regulators in general can only look ahead because they analogize, as Jaguar is saying. So why not to kind of have a safe space where things can kind of be not quite the Wild West, but halfway there, and attempt, you just use that as an experiment, see how things evolve, and then see what needs to be stopped, what needs to be regulated. So that allows them perhaps to see things as they could be before kind of pulling back and really drawing up what the rules are, rather than relying on analogies which are flawed, as the red flag test, which I didn't know either, shows us.
I like the as you say there, just the sandboxes seem to be very much the norm now, don't they? I know when the FCA sandbox comes out, I'm always very interested in the latest cohort, reading about the different business models, new technologies coming through, and that probably leads me on quite nicely, and to turn to you now, Jaguar, if you don't mind as well. Obviously, when we're thinking about fintech and positive regulatory environments, the likes of Switzerland, Malta, those sort of typical candidate countries as being extremely amiable to the tech and very pro the tech, albeit still in a robust way. What's your feeling of the global landscape at the moment? Are there any jurisdictions that are perhaps people have not really heard of so much, and 5 to 10 years out may become much bigger in the fintech space as you see it?
Well, first of all, for payment solutions companies, I have to mention Cyprus, as it's been a location in which many payment solution companies are being based there, not just for tax reasons, or because it's not that much of a tax haven, but mainly thanks to very relatively liberal regulations. So that's one point. It's a small country, but still it's very significant in its financial and fintech companies. So that's one to mention. Gibraltar is a very known candidate for that. It still does have very liberal regulations. And I must say that unfortunately Singapore is losing its leadership, I would say, because of the recent, about a year and a half, strengthening of their regulations. So, and of course we have Lithuania and Estonia, which are more, I would say, easier on licensing and easier on compliance, on making sure companies are complying with their regulations. So it's not that only the regulation part of it, it's also the length at which, or the strength at which compliance is applied, I would say.
I really like the fact you mentioned the Estonian example there. I was doing some research the other day on blockchain voting solutions, and obviously with Estonia, with their e-governance and digital identities and all the ways they manage your data across their different governance services and public sector solutions is really a benchmark for many countries globally, I think there. So it's a great example. And turning to you, Andre, I mean, speaking perhaps about countries in particular, or maybe even projects that you're interested in or researching at the moment, is there anything you'd be able to share with us of anything that you're particularly focused on of late, or maybe going forward?
So I'm involved in the country's digital economy think tank. So I'm going to mention one of those, one of the ideas we're looking at there, and it's basically kind of emulating best practices like Estonia when it comes to sort of sharing information within and outside the public sector. Not necessarily for voting, but land registries and things like that. So we're thinking about how to expand and do things perhaps better than the current best practices. On the other side of things, in my quantum life, we're also kind of looking at using the country as a test bed for new technologies now on the physical level. So that's where being small helps, because you can roll out things. I want to say cheaply, if you know what I mean. But you can do things quickly or break. I can't remember the Facebook motto, but go fast and break things or something like that. So you can do things in that framework in smaller countries, smaller jurisdictions, and that's really helping us in both digital and physical sectors. So those are two examples I would bring up.
Excellent, thank you for that. They sound very interesting. And Jaguar, turning to you now as well, any particular project you'd be able to share with us in the regulatory and legal space?
Yes, and surprisingly, it would be in Singapore. There's one that I happen to be on the board of advisors there. Is I'd say an specific exchange for crypto, which is fully regulated, and it was established initially as a regulated one, not usually as it is that the exchanges come up non-regulated first, and then they try to work themselves up the regulation phase, I would say. So one of them is Fortune 1. It's based in Singapore, and it is led by one of the investors, which is called the Bitcoin Man, and that's one initiative. Second would be there would be actually several fintech-related payment solution companies that are arising from Israel, which is where I'm based off. So I would know more about them. These would be the more interesting one, because these organizations understand that you cannot try to maneuver regulators and go behind that. They're aware that it will come to you anyway, the compliance and enforcement of regulations. So they start to be fully regulated in advance from scratch.
Oh, I'm with you. So in terms of they almost set the hurdle higher than it needs to be in order to get ahead of where the hurdle will eventually become, kind of thing.
Right. Yes, indeed.
Excellent. And just thinking, I mean, I'll come back to you now, Andrea, if you don't mind. Thinking more broadly, because obviously from the regulator's perspective, so thinking about regulation and legal frameworks more broadly, one of the key challenges we've got here is that much of this technology tends to exist at kind of a meta level. Gone are the days of a nice head office and a tax domicile and an accounting domicile with a listing, and you could go and knock on the door. Now we're in a world of decentralized finance becoming very much to the fore, decentralized exchanges coming through. Obviously, DLT technology is running through many of the types of payment solutions, not just obviously Bitcoin, but many other types of blockchain-oriented solutions as well. And I just wondered, to what extent do you feel that regulators and legal systems and frameworks are going to have to work together in order to come up with a common standard to try and control and allow human beings to take the best of this technology and mitigate against the worst? Do you think that's a fair argument, or do you see things working differently?
No, I think it's a fair argument. I'm not sure how and when that's going to happen, but I think it helps both sides to have some level of regulation. And my argument for that is, unless you have regulation, what tends to happen is that some customers, or the majority of customers, will end up entering into things that they're used to certain amounts of protections, and those things that they enter into will not have the same protections, and that kind of overshadows the technology itself. So we've seen that a lot with ICOs, for example, where they got a bad reputation, justified or not, but they did get a bad reputation. And my argument there is, if people set the bar slightly higher, as you were saying, and as Jaguar was saying, set the bar slightly higher, then what will end up happening is that this technology is not overshadowed by these implications, and things will actually go do better. So I think they will, but I don't know how.
Yeah, that's always the tough one, isn't it? The how of it. Excellent. Well, as we move into the final couple of minutes of the panel, I just wonder if maybe we could distill down perhaps one thing that you would be keen to that's certainly on your radar, one thing that's potentially should be something that the listeners and viewers should be looking out for in terms of changes or events that are forthcoming in the regulation and legal framework space. So Jaguar, I'll start with you if that's okay. What would be the one thing you're looking out for at the moment in terms of technologies on the horizon or a key event?
I could say one thing, that since in the last 12 months or so, we've seen a lot of the central banks coming out with their CBDCs, their digital currency, potentially digital currencies, after the regulators or the Senate has kind of killed, I would say, Facebook's initiative with Libra. And I remember David Marcus saying in a Senate hearing that something like, you guys, we need to be aware, because if we are not going to be the one doing this first, China will be. So, and that's actually happening exactly as he was saying. So I will see now that when the CBDCs come out and progress much more, regulators are going to be much more friendly with those initiatives. And then they'll have to explain how come they are so friendly with CBDCs initiatives and not as friendly as they were with private initiatives of private companies. So I think this will progress the acceptance much faster than we ever thought. So that's what I'm looking for in the next year.
Thanks, Jaguar. And very, very quickly, Andre, just in a couple of words, what would be yours? Just time is almost out now.
I actually wrote down central bank digital currencies, so I was going to say the same thing. To be fair, it is one of the most exciting, broadly and interesting things to be watching out for. So no, I'm just going to say the same thing. So CBDCs are probably the thing to watch out for.
Thanks ever so much, both. I think for me as well, I'd say CBDCs too, and I guess as part of that identity management, things like ERC 725. Identity protocols, digital identity. So thanks very much. It's been a wonderful pleasure to meet you both digitally. Andre, Jaguar as well. It's been a pleasure. Take care. I'll speak to you both soon.
Yes, likewise. All right.
Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you to our panelists there for that insightful insights on the topics. Now we're going to be taking a look at the AI developments across the regions. Now, several stages of developments across corporations are facing a new era, and that's where 2020 has been so interesting. And here at AIBC, we've had some fantastic times watching the journey of some AI integrations in companies. And the big questions that we've been asking is, what will the biggest challenges be and how will those be solved? What will be discussed during disrupting the industry, and how AI and new data and also big data are really rattling the cages of large corporations, regions and even countries. Let's take a look at our next discussion.
Disrupting the industry. How AI, new data and big data are rattling the changes of business processes.
Hi, welcome to this AIBC Europe session on disrupting the industry, how AI, new data and big data are going to battle to change the business processes of the future. My name is Angelo Dalli, I'll be the host for this panel, and I'm the CEO of Umnai, an explainable AI company that is doing collaborative intelligence solutions. And with me I have today Sophia Aryan, Issame Utaleb and David Orban. I'll start with Sophia. Just introduce yourself a little bit and tell us what your company does.
Hi guys, it's very nice to meet you all. So I'm a co-founder of Bagao.dev. We're building a search engine for software teams. Basically, we provide all contextual information for developers about their code base. And my path to AI was a little bit not traditional. I was a professional ballet dancer many years ago, and as an athlete, I had injury, and I had to, reevaluate my path. And I transitioned to AI. I started doing more technical work. I was accepted to OpenAI. It's AI research lab in San Francisco, and from there, I was involved in AI and doing my best to contribute to the field.
Nice. And Issame?
Yeah, I'm Issame Utaleb, originally from Munich and Morocco. I am CEO and founder of PharmaTrace, which is track and trace, or our solution focuses on track and trace in medical supply chains, deploying AI and machine and blockchain. On the other hand, we are as well focusing on the prediction of chronic diseases utilizing, of course, deep learning as a main tool. Other than that, I'm engaged in different big pharma projects in chronic disease, and happy to be here.
Interesting. And David Orban?
I started in artificial intelligence 30 years ago when certainly the very different. To see today the power of AI is really wonderful. Currently, I'm Vice President Corporate Development at Torre. That is an AI-powered platform re-implementing professional networks for finding jobs and finding talent.
Excellent. Yes. So I'll start off with you, Sophia. And what do you see as like the biggest challenge at the moment of how AI and the business processes face at the moment, and how are you solving that?
I mean, with every technology that has like a huge impact, it comes with challenges, right? Nothing comes very easy. And there are so many resources accumulated around like machine learning because this technology is truly powerful and has potentially huge impact on society. Like the challenges that I see for now in the industry and in the work I do, it's first of all privacy, basically how to secure sensitive data, especially like for healthcare, right? Like for finance, like large institutions, especially like healthcare institutions, they face the problem of how to give access like securely to even their own employees, even their own data scientists who work inside the company, so they can use that data and build models. But another challenge is also with those institutions, they want to leverage that data, but how to securely share with other organizations and exchange those data processes securely. I think the privacy aspect is one of the biggest challenges in machine learning. It's ongoing research, and at this moment there is no like one size fit all, right? We solve some problem, then we encounter another problem.
So it is a never-ending chain of problems that you have to solve regarding privacy. Do you think that in the EU, approach to privacy, though, will impact the way that AI in Europe is done versus AI in the States or in China?
Yes, of course. I mean, in Europe there is a GDPR, right? It's like more strict. In China, there's completely opposite completely opposite approach to this, where people don't have any privacy. And actually this is a scary thing, right? So like a facial recognition technology, the scoring of behavior of persons. So for example, if they have some traffic tickets and some like minor violations that impacts on their credit score and basically makes them outsiders of society, which is like complete extreme. US has its own problems. Those large companies like tech giants, they accumulate lots of data that we produce as consumers, and we don't have power over that data. And this is like extremely frustrating. And I hope actually with blockchain technology that might also like change to some extent, because we are owners of our data, right? And we have right to decide how we can use it. But now we don't have control, and this situation should be addressed. At the same time, for example, I live in California, and we have more, in our state, we have more strict privacy preserving laws that for example, make me as a consumer, as a user, more secure. Like when I use some websites, I can choose what personal information the website can collect about me. But it's only California. The United States is a large country, right? So I would say United States somewhere in the middle, where at some point, like the tech giants, they collect in your data, but this privacy, but you have rights, you have some tools to protect yourself as a user and address those privacy related issues.
Very interesting. And Isam, I mean, I'm sure that you encounter these problems also in the deployment of models and also in how you actually get models into production. I've read a study, in fact, a survey that said that over 90% of models that have been developed during testing by data science do not actually get deployed into production. I mean, how do you see this as a challenge, and also what challenges do you experience in disrupting this?
Yeah, so absolutely. So I can only second that. So from our own experience, but let me first step maybe one step back. So we do have, I would say, three types of AIs, which is the first one is like pure reactive machines. They do have neither past nor they can access their memories. But in the second type of AI, we do have the limited memory, I would say. So that's like they still like in the self-driving, they still cooperate with the past and going forward to take decisions. But where are we right now? We are like in a theory of mind. So that means like we have built machines, and what kind of machines we would like to build. And there is where we have the issue basically of theory of minds, where I'm seeing like I would call it like how can we debug the AI itself. So we are focusing too much on the solutions, but there is the flip side of the coin, which is like debugging the AIs if we get hacked. And the issue here is the issue, and let me explain it maybe to the audience and you guys what I'm thinking. So there is you in a normal, or I would like the conservative programming, you do have two dimensions. So you have the algorithm itself and the code itself. You do basically have two main sources of issues. Either the code is wrong, someone wrote it wrong, or the algorithm is like it's not given what we are expecting. So that's something that's you need to back. But when it comes to the AI itself, it adds two other dimensions to the matrix, which is the data and the model itself. So basically we went from 2 dimensions to 4 dimensions. And once you try to fix one dimension, it's going to affect the other 3 dimensions. This is where it comes the complexity of AI, and how are we gonna like control it? Control it means, do I see the right results I want to see, or is it like something that we just give control to the machine, but we cannot basically like test it before, and we are still in a research phase now to find kind of solutions that you don't need to retrain the whole algorithm. Those are like the kind of issues we are really facing, and I would really like to shift a little bit in our startup as well toward this direction. On last note, it's basically, if you see the Thai bot for instance, from Microsoft, they shut it down, was like linked to the Twitter, and they shut it down like in 16 days because it was like spammed, and all of a sudden that was the most racist bot that you can ever have. So that's gonna highlight some, the other side of the coin. Nevertheless, I've seen that we have to go always in a sequence wise. So it means like what do we define for us as a humans? Is it like we are still perceive it as the truth? Once you perceive it, then we can move forward. Not that really fast in 4 different dimensions.
Yes, of course, and this is something that I think that AI, the current models with deep learning, obviously do have a certain number of limitations, that it is a black box, you do not understand exactly what is going on, also in terms of privacy, also in terms of performance, and in various different aspects. So David, I mean, give us your insight also into what do you think are the challenges in what Torre is doing, and in AI and the disruption of business processes.
During the 20th century, we have become accustomed to technology changing society. Actually, there is the say, the only constant is change. However, I think in the 21st century, we have to realize that change is not even constant, but it is itself increasing. The acceleration of technological change is increasing. And we can see that with data. If the past 50 years were characterized by Moore's law, where we have every couple of years the power of our computers doubling, just about a month ago, the CEO of NVIDIA gave data where they are seeing the power of AI doubling not every 2 years, but every 2 months. And Intel just a week ago announced at a conference on the future of electronics manufacturing a coordinated effort with their entire ecosystem to support an increase in the power of AI 1,000-fold in just 4 years. So I call this the paradigm of jolting technology, where the rate of acceleration is increasing, and that is the source of the almost impossible conundrum for regulators that are trying to run faster than technology is, but it is as if they were running behind a rocket taking off. For businesses, for whom not only processes, but entire business models are being disrupted even before they can be adopted and implemented. And for individuals who are throwing in the towel and they see their reality fragmenting, and they don't understand how a rational science-based approach can be used in order to understand what is going on in the world, and they are resorting to superstitious or theories of alternative explanation of reality that is not based on facts anymore. Now, at Torre, obviously, we don't have either a silver bullet to resolve this huge challenge, but I think it is the responsibility of each individual AI practitioner, and especially of corporations that have the resources to implement superstructures of analysis and understanding to be conscious of the potential consequences and downsides of these technologies, and set up processes and guidelines that are aimed to prevent these downsides. At Torre, we published the FAIR manifesto that aims to be adopted by other companies as well that are applying artificial intelligence in the processes of hiring and staffing, so that, for example, they can be accountable, they can be transparent. You know why your ranking as a candidate was high or less high, that bias and discrimination can be identified and then systematically reduced, and ideally, of course, eliminated if possible through a progressive process of improvement of these algorithms. And if a company subscribes to these principles, they become a very important guiding foundation for healthy implementation of ever more powerful AI algorithms, both in each of these businesses as well as in society at large.
That's very interesting. And how do you see that the privacy implications, for example, in submitting your resume or CV to in HR applications, how will your privacy be protected? Can I actually remove my data or protect my privacy?
So obviously, the regulatory evolution of what we understand about the need of protecting individual privacy is proving, and each of the technology platforms must abide by those requirements, such as, for example, the right of every European citizen of having their data deleted from the platform. My opinion is that society has an even higher interest in protecting privacy than not the value deriving from it to each individual, because it is only through the protection of minority behavior that these can graduate to becoming the norm And if a previously fringe behavior cannot achieve this migration into majority because it is stamped out by necessary conformance, then society cannot evolve and it will disintegrate. So
that's very true.
Nations that do not implement strong privacy protections are running a serious risk of decoupling from the behavior, from the desired behavior of the individuals that are part of it.
Excellent. Since we have like a little bit of time left, I want to get like a quick take from each of you, just a few seconds, like on how you intend to disrupt the AI in the future. I'll start with Sophia.
So what we're doing in our company is we're helping software engineers, developers, and basically we pull out the content from different sources that they use, you know, like GitHub pull requests or like issue trackers, like communication tools, and we provide context of their code base and semi-automatically populate the documentation that they need. So they don't need to do manual work, for example, to write documentation about their code, but it's all pre-populated. This is what we do. Another thing that in general I would love to emphasize in general in terms of machine learning and what David said about like biases in hiring application. I think it's very important that we like humans we need to be more mindful you know, in terms of like we can prevent those biases. Let's say for example in my career we were training AI models, you know, like you take picture of a person and model can predict the gender, the age, and it was working very well on white people. But when it comes to like Asians, South Asian people, the model didn't work. And we need like collect more data, right, to address those issues.
Of course. Or better technology. Sorry, because we're running out of time soon. And Isama, how do you see that the disruption can be achieved from your end? We have just a few seconds.
So the disruption is gonna come from two axes basically. The first one is the technology itself, and the second one is the mindset. So the first one, so the technology means like we are deploying blockchain to structure the data. That's very important. Source of data is very important in the prediction models. And then we have AI algorithms that suits the need. The mindset means like you can have the best program that you can imagine, but if the mindset in the society is not there, you won't achieve the desired access. That's pretty it.
Excellent. And David, I think you already gave your views on disruption, and you know, if I have to conclude this, and I think that it's very interesting the topics that you've raised, the privacy, the way that change is the only constant thing that we have in the world, and I think that is a very good paradigm for the AI industry. I've been in it for more than 20 years now. I've seen it change from bit by bit. The algorithms have stayed the same, but there is more data, better hardware, and I do think that there will be a paradigm change that will disrupt the way that industry is done, how AI is delivered, and also how we communicate and use it together in a fair and trustworthy way. Thank you very much for following, and thank you for coming and listening to the AIBC Europe.
Well, a huge thank you there to Angelo for his moderation and to our fantastic guests for their insights. Now, at the beginning of today's AIBC Europe 4-hour conference, I asked you all if you think that Bitcoin would hit $20,000 US by the end of the 4-hour show. As it stands, we currently have one panel discussion left, and we're hovering around the $19,200 US mark. Now, we will be live for another 20 minutes or so, so if we do hit that price point, be sure to reach out to us on Twitter. Now, let's take a look at our next panel discussion of the day. We'll be discussing the main advantages for central banks to issue their own digital currency and what they'll be replacing cash transactions with. Also, the benefit of Bitcoin when it comes to currency volatility and also decentralization. So let's take a look at our final panel discussion for AIBC Europe.
What is the role of digital currency within the global political economy?
Hi everyone. So today I'd like to introduce you to Christian, which is actually the CEO from Balthazar, which is a platform that is helping to easily raise funds and issue those financial instruments, and also the co-founder of Eden Base, which is an ecosystem for super growth. So the title today of our panel is about how digital currency are actually affecting the global political economy. So yes, cryptocurrencies actually have the potential to really influence macroeconomic system as well as the financial system and the money supply as well from all the governments. We see the press that actually speak a lot about potential securities breach, such as hacking. We also see a lot of the press talking about the finance, let's say, of illegal transactions. But little actually is spoken about the implication of all these new private digital assets on the monetary policies used by a government, and especially all the financial tools and instruments that governments are using in order to kind of control the monetary policies. So this is why today we are going to talk a lot about the possibility for governments to create the central bank's digital currencies, CBDC. And we'll start with maybe Christian, you want to elaborate a bit on the advantages and how favorable you are with the issuance of digital currencies for central banks?
So thank you very much for the introduction, Beatrice. Happy to do so. So first of all, let me quickly put the narrative in a bit of perspective. I mean, at Balthazar, what we do, we are on a mission to enable an unrestricted, instant, and ultra-convenient capital market experience for participants. And that we do by transforming actually the instruments and the distribution. And for that, we also rely heavily on government regulation. Because in the end, what we do is we do capital market measures and allow companies to issue, for example, a debt note or a mezzanine note. And CBDC is mainly important to us when we speak about institutional money flowing in to these instruments that we require in the secondary market to have automated clearing and settlement. So right now, everyone is relying on some of the stable coins, such as Tether, where you have 16 billion in US dollar coverage. However, nobody really knows how much is covered in the end when all people run to the bank and look to get their money back. So in that context, it's for us a thing that needs to be done or should have been done yesterday already, that the central banks are issuing a CBDC in order to guarantee the transactions to be, first of all, valid, that we have a transparent, smooth, and swift clearing and settlement. And so I'm very much in favor, and this is also one of the main advantages that I see. Disadvantages, and there is the typical German take on the whole situation. Obviously, there is a couple of privacy and data privacy concerns that would need to be addressed. However, with the ascent of GDPR, that is something that could be much easier incorporated if you actually have an ecosystem that allows smart contracts to work in an integrated manner instead of putting together several solutions. Because in the end, what we are having whenever we do a business transaction is two accounting systems talking to each other. And without the intermediary, without having so many intermediaries in between, a stable coin from the government, from the central bank, can spur off innovation and can spur off the transactions significantly.
Daniel, anything to add regarding the advantages, and are you favorable as well on CBDC?
Okay, thank you, Beatrice. Let me give you a quick background to me. I started in fintech in the 90s when derivatives were coming to the market, which I think was probably the first disruption in fintech. It was very early in those days, and I wrote a lot of the tech that ran the derivative market. I got involved in software disruption and entertainment disruption in the late 90s, which again was about transferring value. We turned the entire value chain for the big software companies and games companies on their head, and allowed them to distribute globally. I spent between 2004 and 2011 advising the EU on growth, economy, education and innovation, and a lot in IP, and was very involved with the UK government and the EU after the financial crash, advising Sarkozy, Barroso and Brown on the recovery. And I learned about blockchain in 2016 after trying to invest in a lot of AI companies in 2015 and thinking it was a bit early. And through this, I really believed in the blockchain and the future of crypto. And I created a project called the Atari Token Project in 2017. Left the project actually in May 2019, which was trying to bring a sort of regulated, efficient NASDAQ-listed company to launch a crypto, which in 2017 was quite unique, and also to create future of the work. And now I'm involved in creating super growth companies. So I do think about these things very carefully, and I would put myself as an optimistic skeptic. You know, I try and change the market. I try and do things that I think are right. And having bought Bitcoin in 2016 and ETH and a few other coins, I think we're still very early. And banks and central banks don't like early. Central banks are there to manage economies, to keep their currencies safe, to keep their customers safe, and their customer is the government and the owners of their currency. Mm-hmm. And so whilst I'm a massive fan of crypto and a massive fan of CBDC, I think we have to look at where the advantages are and what will happen and what the disadvantages are. So I think one of the big advantages is no more cash. You know, cash is post-COVID is dirty. It's, you know, people don't want to hold it. But also, how much cash do you use? I did a quick calculation this morning. 2% of my transactions are cash nowadays. You know, so what are we replacing with this? And then, but then the advantage is, what do the central banks say? They want to address the decline in cash. Maybe this will, maybe this won't. They want to meet the future. And again, I'm not sure that central banks are there to meet the future. I think they're there to protect what we've got. They say it's more efficient. Yes, I agree with that. And they talk about financial inclusion, which is an area that Atari Token was really strong in, and I spend a lot of time thinking about. But I'm not sure it includes more than cash. So what are the disadvantages? I think if I look at the disadvantages too, there is a value of cash. It's very light. You don't need tech to run it. I can go running in the morning, put some money in my pocket, and if I get into trouble or need a taxi home or need to buy water, it's easy. I don't run out of batteries. My phone doesn't crash when I'm traveling. And when you look at central banks, what do they see as the issues? Well, they see the weakening of banks. And a very fast weakening of banks is not something that I want to see. I don't mind a future without banks. I haven't thought of what the problems are with that, but I don't want to see it very quickly. It limits the control of central banks, and we have to be very worried about that. And it's also subject to a cyber attack or a large-scale attack, which cash isn't so easily. You can counterfeit cash, but you don't counterfeit the entire system. And I also think one of the things that we forget about, I think, when we're talking about this is cross-border transactions are great, and this will make them easier. But one of the big issues is FX. You know, cross-border transactions often involve moving from one currency to another. And I think a CBDC will actually hasten the thing that we don't want, which is a global currency. And I suspect the global currency will be in the strongest economy in the world, with the biggest army, which is the US. So that's really where I'm sitting from. But as I say, I'm very optimistic. I think this will happen, but I think the way it will happen actually is through things that Christian is doing. What Christian is doing is he should be where the competition is. He should be the guys that are trying this out. He should be the guys that are making mistakes and fixing those mistakes. And when that's solved, then the central bank should move in. And the one country that's moving fastest with CBDC is China. But it's not doing it for the reasons that we want it to do it. It's doing it for control. It's doing it to usurp the dollar. It's doing it for security reasons. And I think with what we've seen with Ant Financial recently, I think they're doing it to seize back control the finance of their finances, which I think they've allowed to go into the digital space very quickly. And there was one very interesting comment by one of the members of the ECB board this week, which is once you do he called it digitalization, I call it digitization. Once you do that, you can't go back. So I think these things have to be cautious, but I'm very comfortable with what people like Christian are doing, and I think that's really the way that we should do this.
Yes, actually, Christian, would you tell us a bit about the cons that you see for governments in issuing CBDC?
So it really depends on what kind of approach we're taking, because obviously there is not one approach to issuing a CBDC, but there is multiple. We're talking about a direct approach. We have hybrid situations where banks act as wholesale lenders and the CBDC directly, and then we have indirect approaches. So all of them come with pros and cons. Some of the cons are, and that is something I like very much that Daniel said, that we need to be very aware of how value is transferred, and the value transferred needs always to be protected. And banks play an important and a pivotal role in that. And so by issuing a, for example, direct approach, CBDC, I don't see that happening. I mean, we need a multi-layered and multi-tiered approach to this. First, starting with the register technology, that everybody can use the distributed ledger as a register. Then at some point we can start capitalizing that register, meaning organizing ownership of money and assets and the transfers of them. And then at some point reach a setup where we have a programmable euro, dollar, yen, and can actually tokenize assets. So the cons for CBDC are, in my opinion, not like you cannot say it's a contra, but rather a question of how to approach it and how to embrace it. Because I absolutely agree with Daniel. I have even less than 2% cash transactions because I'm not getting miles and more points for my flights when I pay in cash. So, and I equally agree with that once the toothpaste is out of the pack, you won't get it back in. So once you are digital, you can't unroll it or undo it. And these are all potential downsides when you move too fast, too early, or not in a very well level-headed way. So one of the cons that we're having right now is that we rather speak about what is the right approach rather than how can we multi-tier the approach in a way so that we don't face massive drawbacks and downsides.
Yeah. And Daniel, actually, do you think central banks have really the power to influence the stability of digital assets and Bitcoin? Because obviously this is one of their biggest fears, and that's why they are a bit holding back for now.
Well, that's a very good question, Beatrice, because I think one of the reasons every central bank is looking at CBDC now is because of stablecoins, and they're worried about that it will leak to something they can't control. Mm-hmm. But in terms of digital assets, I mean, digital assets is very different from central bank digital currencies. Again, I'm a massive optimist on tokenization of assets. Again, I see a lot of drawbacks with it. I think, one of the things that people they look at all the positives, but they don't look at why we've got here. And having spent a long time in innovation and disruption, I mean, close to 30 years now, you've got to realize why people make the moves they do and why markets often exist in the way they do. So, I spent a lot of time looking at real estate tokenization in 2019. And there are big issues with moving from a market that is built around illiquidity to liquidity. So you've got to really concern that. In terms of, Bitcoin and stability, I'd probably say something quite controversial now for the Bitcoin community, which is we've had 10 years of Bitcoin, and it's a phenomenal technological and model advance. But we know what's wrong with it now. It's had 10 years, and you can write down, if you wrote down a matrix, if we were honest with ourselves, what's great about it and what's not great about it. And I think we're too late actually to resolve some of the things that are wrong with it. And innovation is about changing things and creating new models. And I think this fascination with Bitcoin being the currency is not right. The only way that banks could, I think, central banks could decrease the volatility is to buy loads of Bitcoin and manage it by buying and selling like they do with their own currency. And I don't see that that's possible now without driving the price so high that it would then collapse after they've got it all. So Bitcoin is very interesting though, because if you're an FX trader, I'm not, but I speak to FX traders. It's pretty much the first time in history that we've got a digital asset that you can move out of a currency into. Before that, if you had dollars and you wanted to exit dollars, you would buy yen. You might buy gold, but it was physical and you've got all the issues with gold. But now you have this non-state asset, and I think that's fascinating, and I really think that's a really interesting thing for the world.
And actually, we see, like, when we look at CBDC, I mean, there are kind of two ways that they could be implemented. I mean, the two main one at least. So we see like the most radical one, which would actually give access to all retail investor and capital markets to hold reserves and deposits at the central bank. Or there is, let's say, the more moderate option, which is only to allow banks to hold digital asset deposits at the central bank. So if you were in a position to choose, let's say, Christian, which one would you implement?
So obviously, embarking on a direct approach will be a governmental suicide. So they cannot just allow everyone to gain access to central bank deposits without actually making banks themselves obsolete, and then taking away the buffer that banks are today and will be in the future, until we have first of all, fully understood what the real monetary policy implications are, and secondly, it wouldn't be possible from an infrastructure standpoint of view anyway. So therefore, the direct approach is very important and interesting to think through. However, it shouldn't be written on the flags right away. So where I see a use case scenario is with a hybrid approach, and then pick out some of the rather generalized and standardized processes that are currently already standardized and generalized, such as order-to-cash and purchase-to-pay processes. Whenever you have some of those in a cross-border environment, then a stable coin could actually further the use case, highlight the advantages and disadvantages without posing significant reputational risk to the central banks as well. But yeah, as Daniel said, once the toothpaste is out of the pack, you won't get it back in. So if there is an issue with a stable coin that was issued by government, then the counterparty risks are much more significant than if we have small players now testing the waters.
Yeah, and actually the European Central Bank, the ECB, has actually studied all of that, and they are pro-technical innovations. I mean, basically, they think technology should serve us, not the other way around. And I mean, this is a good point, to be honest. But there are, yes, 80% of all European countries that are really heavily studying the issuance of their own digital asset and potentially of digital euro. So guys, are you for? Are you against? I mean, I think you are for. But and when do you think this would be applied? Basically, when shall we see a digital euro?
Look, I'd just like to add to Christian's point, which is I don't think we want central banks competing with the market, So, and I was just thinking when you asked that question, I hate phoning my bank. It's an awful experience, getting money back, doing this, doing that. But try phoning a civil servant or a bureaucrat and getting your money back. I would prefer a bank over phoning my central bank and having them deal with it. There needs to be competition in the market too. If you have everybody is dealing directly with a single entity, I think that's very, very dangerous. And we've also got to, just to highlight what Christian said, because I like his toothpaste out of the bottle analogy. you've got to consider, unintended consequences. When I was doing a lot of advice for the EU, there was a story from one of the, I think it was Croatia or Serbia or one of those countries, where they put up tax on alcohol because they wanted to stop people drinking as much. And actually what happened is alcohol sales stayed the same, but the chocolate market collapsed. They sold no chocolate in the country for weeks, and they had to unwind it. And the reason was people still drank the same amount of alcohol, but they didn't have any money to buy their kids chocolate because it was too expensive. So these are unintended consequences. You can change that very quickly. But as Christian says, if you do this and you find there's an unintended consequence, you damage the banks, you prevent competition, like Balthazar, from doing what they want and innovating, I think that's a real problem. So when do I see this? I don't see it during COVID. COVID's done one thing, actually, it's made cash even less used because we don't transact as much, and also we don't want to hold cash. And a lot of businesses here won't take cash in the UK anymore. But also, governments and central banks have a lot more to worry about than the central bank digital currency. They have just printed more money than in the history of the world. And we have to unwind that first. And I would just say a geopolitical point on this. We have a very nervous population globally. We have people going in the streets, rioting, demonstrations. The Black Lives Matter, for instance, was clearly, in my opinion, the fuse from people being locked up for 4 months in the US and the UK in terrible conditions. The last thing central banks should be doing now is trying new things that people will see as a way of controlling them.
Okay, Christian, last word as well, because we are soon done with the time. Sorry.
All right, so I love the alcohol taxes going up and chocolate sales going down analogy. Daniel, so with your permission, I'm going to use that in one of my speeches in the future as well. I have to do some research on it.
It depends if it's the Tesla tequila.
Yeah. So regarding timelines, I mean, what Daniel said makes perfect sense. It doesn't make sense to start with a top-down approach in terms of the ECB directly issuing CBDC, but the private sector moving in first, and then in a public-private partnership setup, look at the various options as they go along. So now we are in a knowledge building stage, clearly, and we might be in 2021 seeing DLT-enabled payment APIs. Where we can connect to the standard banking infrastructure, which is possible to some extent already with the HCBI and PSD2. However, then we would be looking at establishing, first of all, a framework and a standard for a euro token that can be issued on several and various DLT networks, because there won't be the one that will prevail from the start right away. And then at some point after having these POCs show all the real world implications, move towards a formulation of a European central bank issuing a CBDC in what is it, 2024, 2025, okay. The earliest.
Okay.
And look at the China timeline, that's pretty much in tune with how long they need it, even though we're 6 years behind already.
Okay, thank you very much, Guy. We had the time that ran out, but it was excellent, and thank you very much.
Well, a huge thank you there to Beatrice for her fantastic moderation. That brings us to the end of AIBC Europe November 2020. We'd like to thank all of our speakers and all of our moderators for giving their insights during the past 4 hours. It was fantastic to hear your views on the future of the space. A huge thank you to our sponsors for participating and also our exhibitors for joining us throughout the virtual expo. It's been a fantastic 2020 of virtual conferences. Of course, we were really disappointed that we couldn't be with you all in person during our November conference, but it was great to still see us joining you on the screen. We had 7,000 of you register throughout the 2 days, and it was great to see you all join, network and participate during the conference. Thank you so much for taking part in AIBC and Sigma Digital Virtual Expo for Europe. We look forward to seeing you in February for our next physical conference, In the meantime, take care and see you all very, very soon.